Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, resuming consideration of the address and reply to the speech from the throne, and resuming debate on the amendment, as amended, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer.
Good. So resuming debate, the member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment first to congratulate you on being here in the House for your first sitting. That's wonderful. And before I begin, I would also like to take a moment to, I'd also like to take a moment to say thank you. It's hard to put into words how grateful I am to the people of Cloverdale, Langley City. They worked so hard to help me return to Ottawa. They worked, the volunteers who gave up evenings and weekends to knock on doors, make phone calls, deliver signs, even someone made apple pie for the team. Every single one of them played a very important role in making this possible. Now, a special shout out to my husband, but he just never stopped. Rain or shine, early mornings, late nights, his head down and work hard attitude is inspirational. Those fluffy pancakes and that perfect chai tea are now all legendary that he was making every Saturday at the campaign office. I'm so blessed to have such an amazing better half. And some of you may know that I actually campaigned in the December by-election, won the riding with over 65% of the vote, only to be sent right back into full campaign mode before I even had a chance to warm up a seat in the House. It's been quite a whirlwind. But let's just say I've worn out more than one pair of shoes this year and probably a few volunteers as well. Now, there are so many amazing people I could name, but we'd need another hour. So just know this. Your work mattered, your dedication mattered, and I carry your voices with me every time I stand in the House. So now to the main speech. Mr. Speaker, this week, Canadians were treated to all the pomp and ceremony of a throne speech, delivered by His Majesty King Charles himself, but as we know, written by the Prime Minister. Now, tucked into all the lofty words and grand gestures was this promise. The government would be guided by what they called a new fiscal discipline. Spend less so Canadians can invest more. But when the Ways and Means motion was tabled this week, rather than reducing the annual increase in spending to below 2% like they promised, we see a whopping 8.4% in increased federal spending. Now, when you put all those numbers together, the Prime Minister will be spending 71% more than the Trudeau government projected in their fall estimates. Is it really a good idea to pull the wool over Canadians' eyes with fancy accounting tricks to make the books look good? But this whole idea of spend less so Canadians can invest more sounds great until you think about it for 5 seconds. It's kind of like telling your kids, we're saving money this month while standing in the checkout line with a brand new flat screen TV. You're not saving, you're spending, and someone's going to have to pay for it. Meanwhile, families are buckling under the weight of rising prices. I talk to people at the door, in church, at the grocery store, and they're cutting back on groceries, not just gadgets. They're canceling their family summer plans just to keep up with mortgage payments. And yet, this government is talking about the largest transformation of Canada's economy since the Second World War. That doesn't come cheap. That'll need to be paid for. Canadians want a proper budget so we can see what this transformation will actually cost. It's time to stop the overspending, stop creating inflation, and give Canadians a real chance to catch their breath. Because this isn't just about today's prices. When governments overspend, the cost hits every one of us through higher interest rates, cuts to services, and broken promises. And when the bill comes due, it doesn't land on the Prime Minister's desk, it lands in the laps of our children and grandchildren. If we don't act now, we won't just lose our standard of living, we'll be handing them a country we can't afford to fix. Now, speaking of things that young Canadians can't afford, let's talk about housing. While I was out door knocking during the campaign, I met a young man standing outside his townhouse. Small place, nice guy, probably early 30s. He told me he had a good job, saved hard, and even with help from his parents, just barely scraped together enough for a down payment. Now with interest rates high for him and costs climbing, he looked me in the eye and he said, I always hoped that one day I could move into a place with enough room to raise a family. But with the way things are going, that dream is slipping away. And that stuck with me. So imagine my shock when I found out that the new housing minister, this government's so-called solution to the crisis, is the former mayor of Vancouver. The same guy who saw housing prices explode under his watch. Vancouver didn't just become expensive, it became one of the most unaffordable cities on the planet. If that's their idea of help, we should all be very worried. Now, this government says they're going to double housing starts. But honestly, none of that matters if they don't fix the real problems: red tape, broken permitting systems, and crushing taxes on building. The numbers don't lie. Costs are up, and young Canadians are giving up on ever owning a home. Mr. Speaker, a country where the next generation can't afford to put down roots is a country in trouble. We need a plan that gets homes built, not headlines written. And this government solution, let me read it straight from their own platform. They're going to get the federal government back into the business of the home building. Another new agency that they're creating, Build Canada Homes, that's going to act as a developer using our money to build housing on public land. They're planning to pour billions into free prefab houses and in low-cost financing to government-approved developers. But here's the thing. They don't want to help you build your own future. They want to build it for you using your money, and they own the keys. Housing is supposed to be about ownership, about roots, stability, and a future you can build. But under this plan, that dream is slipping away further and further out of reach. And they're creating a system where more and more Canadians will rent from the government, homes built with your tax dollars on your public land with no chance to own. I'm thinking of young couples working 2 jobs, trying to save while prices keep rising. The new Canadian who came here for a better life, only to find that ownership is out of reach. And seniors watching their children and grandchildren struggle to afford what they themselves took for granted. The truth is, this isn't just a housing crisis, it's a hope crisis. A whole generation is being locked out, and we owe it to them to do better. We don't need more government landlords. We need a government that respects your dream to own a home and fights to make that possible. Now, housing shouldn't be a luxury that few can afford, but you know what else shouldn't be a luxury? Public safety. It's a basic promise, one that this government has broken time and time again, almost as if it was by design. They've been slow to jail repeat violent criminals, but quick to treat law-abiding Canadians like criminals with their handgun bans. They go easy on gang members and carjackers, but come down hard on licensed, trained sport shooters and collectors. People who've done nothing wrong except follow the rules. But that's the Liberal approach to justice, isn't it? Punish the innocent, excuse the guilty, put the rights of criminals first and the rights of victims last. Let me share a heartbreaking case from right here in my province of BC. In last June, 40-year-old Adam Mann was charged with second-degree murder in the death of a young woman named Tori Dunn in Surrey. At the time of her death, he was out on bail, despite a violent history that included 22 prior convictions and a 12-year sentence for a home invasion. A pre-sentence report had even described him as an unmanageable risk, and yet he was walking free. Tori's family didn't lose their daughter. They lost her to a system that failed them. A system that prioritized the rights of a repeat violent offender over the right of an innocent woman to live her life in peace. Mr. Speaker, that's not justice, and it's not safety. That certainly isn't compassion. Canadians deserve a justice system that protects the public, not one that gambles with their lives. We need real bail reform. We need laws that protect victims, not offenders. And we need a government that stands up for safe communities. Because if we don't get serious now, we're not just risking more crime, we're risking the public's faith in the entire system.
Hear, hear.
Canadians have heard enough empty words. What they need now is a plan, an actual budget in black and white. Or is there just too much red ink for this new Prime Minister to be honest with Canadians? He ran on his resume. He promised competence, credibility, and discipline. But so far, we've seen none of it. No real fiscal restraint, no plan to fix housing, no action on crime, just more borrowed money, more bureaucratic programs, and more empty headlines. If he truly wants to lead, he needs to deliver a budget that stops the bleeding, one that reins in the reckless spending, restores affordability, and gives Canadians back the hope that they're losing. Is this what competence looks like? Is this the stellar economic prowess that the Prime Minister promised millions of voters? I sure hope not, because Canadians deserve better. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talks a lot about government spending at the beginning of her speech, and I'd like to know, her party will trigger a by-election soon. I'd like to know, with a taxpayer cost of around $1.5 million for this by-election, do you think this is does she think this is an excessive expense?
We can debate distractions all day, but my job is to stand up here for families who are falling further behind while this government delays in delivering a real plan. And that starts with a real budget, a responsible budget. Mr. Speaker, it's plain and simple. You can't fix affordability without fixing the books. Every day, this government delays tabling a responsible budget. Inflation keeps hurting families. Interest rates stay high. Small businesses can't plan. Retirees can't budget. The longer we wait for a clear plan, the more expensive this crisis becomes. It's time for leadership. It's time to stop the bleeding, bring forward a budget that shows discipline and respect for the people footing the bill, Canadian taxpayers.
La députée pour.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her speech. I'm interested in border security, and as a member that represents border riding with the U.S., we've noticed that in the throne speech, we're talking about hiring additional RCMP officers, but they didn't say anything about the government's intention to enhance HR for the CBSA service. Does she not find this abnormal? The former government committed to that they would not mention CBSA hirings in the throne speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question to my honourable colleague. Look, the real question Canadians are asking right now is whether this Prime Minister will deliver a budget that finally shows he understands the cost of living crisis. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians are desperate for is a budget, not another glossy brochure of recycled promises. While this government pushes press conferences and platitudes, families are maxing out their grocery budgets and skipping summer plans just to cover the mortgage. We don't need more words. We need a real fiscal plan, one that reins in the reckless spending, respects taxpayer dollars, and gives our economy a chance to breathe. Without it, we're not just talking about a failure to lead. We're talking about a failure to govern.
The member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for the opportunity to ask a question and congratulate her on her back-to-back re-elections. She mentioned the lack of plan from the Prime Minister, and I'm just wondering if she would have stories from her two campaigns of how Canadians view their own budgets and the decisions they have to make in their own households, and whether any of those resemble what we're getting from the government. I thought she might have some insights from her conversations with voters.
The honourable member.
Thank you very much, dear colleague, for that question. I can tell you that it wasn't just from my voters. It's actually from my own experience as a businesswoman. Never, ever did we work without a budget. The reason you need a budget is so you can see if you're on track. If you're not on track, you'll never know. Things will go off the rails very, very quickly. And even the bank requires that you be disciplined by having a budget, following the budget, and making sure you're staying within your expenses.
The member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree in this House that a tragedy is playing out in Saskatchewan and Manitoba due to the firefires exacerbated by climate change, Mr. Speaker. And I think we can all say that we share in sending our condolences and prayers to the people on the ground that are being impacted, and certainly the first responders. One thing we heard in this election campaign in April, that the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs issued 2 calls to action for election candidates, and one of them was calling for a national fire administration intended to help Canada address and coordinate issues related to wildfires, explosives, housing policy, construction, tariffs, federal response to emergencies, green technologies, marine transportation, clean energy, defense. The list goes on. But a national fire administration would serve as the nucleus of any future emergency management responsible in terms of response to wildfires and an emergency that's playing out right now. Does my colleague agree with the call to action by the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs and how that would help right now?
The honourable member, a quick response, less than 20 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And absolutely, we need to make sure that we are working to ensure that this tragedy is taken care of, and we will be supporting as much as we can. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I'd like to thank the residents of Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke for the hard for them. I'd like to also thank His Majesty King Charles III for visiting Canada and delivering the throne speech. One of the first acts of the last Prime Minister was to pull down a portrait of Queen Elizabeth II, so it was encouraging when the member for Nepean invited His Majesty as one of his first acts. It was encouraging right up until the moment the speech was delivered. And we were all reminded that this is just the same old Liberal Party, just dressed up in banker socks. This is the same party that seeks to seize hunting rifles from lawful citizens. It's the same party that promised the world it would expropriate 30% of Canada's developed lands and impose strict new environmental rules across the country. This is the same Liberal Party that has no economic plan other than to tax and spend, then borrow some more. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is one difference between the Trudeau Liberals of 6 months ago and these repainted Liberals today. Whereas the last Liberals had a childish, obstinate mindset that treated any conservative suggestion as radioactive, these light-fingered Liberals are ready to lift any idea out of our back pocket. Make no mistake, this isn't a complaint. We want the Liberals to copy us. Yet somehow, despite his university experience, this Prime Minister is bad at plagiarism. What I mean is they might steal our policy slogan, but then they twist it into a traditional Liberal policy. Take our policy to remove the GST on new homes, please. The elegance of our policy is the ease of execution. It's easy for home builders to plan. It's easy for CRA to implement. Yet in the hands of the Liberals, the policy gets twisted into something else. You see, the Liberals said words like remove GST and homes and new, but they weren't in the same order. The Liberals promised to remove the GST on sales of new homes to new buyers. Their policy creates uncertainty. Home builders will have to guess how many new homes they will build for the first-time buyers or not. Their policies require the CRA to hire more bureaucrats to make sure the buyer is really buying their first home. Making something more complicated than it needs to be, growing the public service, and having the government pick winners and losers is peak Liberal policy. Mr. Speaker, the speech did not mention the Liberal campaign promise to seize the property of lawful firearms owners within the next 4 months. It was His Majesty's encouragement. It was encouraging. His Majesty did say that the rights of lawful firearms owners would be protected. And as the former Public Safety Minister said last December, Phase 2 of the great Liberal gun grab will involve sending the police to the home of every single licensed firearms owner to conduct searches for newly prohibited firearms. Those two statements are hard to square. Was the omission of the gun grab in the throne speech a quiet acknowledgement by our economist Prime Minister that spending over $1 billion to destroy the privately owned property is a form of investment destruction? We can only guess, since this Prime Minister campaigned on a slogan to eat less and gain weight. My hunch is despite how wasteful a gun grab would be, the Prime Minister will cave to the pressure from within his cabinet. They'll claim the gun grab is an investment to saving lives. They'll say this at the same time while they divert the police from stopping crime to searching the homes of 2.3 million law-abiding Canadians. They'll say this despite the complete lack of evidence. They'll say that they're saving lives while record numbers of teenagers are being shot. That's because the Liberals will always privilege the fears of their affluent voters over the lives of poor kids. Mr. Speaker, only time will tell if the Liberal plan to make buying homes more complicated will lower prices. Only time will tell if the Liberals will move ahead on their half-decade-old promise to grab up all the guns that look scary. What Canadians do not need time to figure out is that the Liberal promise to implement the 30 by 30 treaty is an epic fantasy tale. While this story is hardly Lord of the Rings, a red dragon does make a cameo appearance. In the throne speech, His Majesty told the story of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Negotiations over this international agreement were led by the communists who control China and the Liberal minister who stood in this House, this temple to liberal democracy, and declared himself to be a proud socialist. That a self-declared proud socialist has been elevated to the position of Minister of Canadian Identity should send a chill down the spine of every small L Liberal in the country. Putting a proud socialist and environmental radical in this same room as the communist dragon crushing the people of China should have been a feeding frenzy for the legacy media. Exactly. Yet to read any coverage of the treaty in the Liberal-funded media, you think this treaty is a green miracle of international cooperation. Most news reports only mention the treaty's target to conserve 30% of our land and water by 2030. The media and the Liberals don't like to mention the other two targets in the treaty. They only want to talk about the third target. That's understandable. Conserving our natural habitat is widely supported. What Canadians do not support is a government lying to the world in their name. The promise to reach 30% by 2030 was dishonest. Canadians don't have to take my word for this. They can go online and Google Canada's conserved areas. From there, they'll be able to find the government's report on its conservation efforts. Now, they might delete these web pages shortly, but I made sure to download a copy of the report for when they try to memory hole their track record. And here's what the report says. Over the last 10 years of Trudeau Liberal rule, Canada conserved an additional 3.5% of its natural habitat. Now, that's about the same amount that had been conserved under Stephen Harper, meaning over the last 20 years, Canada has conserved about 7.5% of its land. So that brings the total conserved area to around 15%. But that steady progress wasn't flashy enough for the Trudeau Liberals. So despite having no plan to make it a reality, the Liberals committed us to conserving another 15% of Canada's wildlife and lands in 5 years. That pattern of overpromising and under-delivering was typical of the Trudeau Liberals. So it was a bit of a surprise to see the man from Brookfield stand before Canadians and make the exact same promise. Even more surprising was the ridiculous claim the Prime Minister made during his announcement. The man who claimed he writes his own talking points told Canadians that over the last 10 years, the Trudeau Liberals had conserved 15% of Canada's land. He actually said that Trudeau Liberals had taken us from 1% to 15%. Now, I know the Prime Minister has lived much of his life outside Canada, but surely he even knew we had national parks before Trudeau. Conservatives support conserving more of Canada's natural habitat. We just think we should be honest with other countries on what is possible. What my constituents cannot support is the Liberals committing Canada to Target 1 and 2. Target 1 would require massive new environmental regulations to be imposed on every Canadian. Anyone who has lived on property which falls under a conservation authority knows what this will mean. The Prime Minister's slogan, "Build, baby, build," will be taken out quietly and smothered. Nothing will be built. But it is target number 2 that is the real shocker. These Liberals have committed us to restoring 30% of the developed lands to nature. This would mean the same Liberals who want to pave over 400 times the size of Toronto to build windmills and solar farms. That a proud socialist could hold contradictory policies is not surprising. What is surprising is the estimate of what it would cost the taxpayers of Canada to expropriate 30% of developed lands and restore them to their natural state. One estimate of the value of all the property in Canada puts it at $19 trillion. To buy 30% of that would cost almost $6 trillion. That's what I mean by fantastical. The only way this could ever happen would be the Liberals toss property rights overboard, claim the idea of property itself is a colonial legacy, and give Canada a proud socialist identity. Oh dear. Mr. Speaker, this throne speech really does reveal the Trudeau Liberals are alive and well. Let's just hope the new socks they're wearing weren't made in China.
Questions and comments? The member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In her speech, my colleague attacked the credibility of our media. That's not surprising, coming from a party that wants to defund the CBC without any consideration for the impact on media in rural regions, and without any consideration for the impact it would have on Francophone communities outside Quebec. This is a period when there's a great deal of online misinformation and disinformation that can degrade confidence and trust in our institutions. So we should instead be trying to create a strong and independent press with high-quality information. Therefore, I'd like to ask why our colleague is attacking the CBC and attacking our strong and independent free press when we should be doing the opposite. Thank you.
Algonquin Renfrew Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't insult or attack the CBC. If we don't want to have a paid-off legacy media, we can just stop paying them off.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's somewhat disappointing to a certain degree where the member opposite continues to want to deny the reality. We had an election where we had a government elected with more votes than at any other federal election, and a very clear mandate. A mandate that talks about building a stronger, healthier Canada. A mandate that looks at ways in which we can enhance trade opportunities, as an example. And yet we see an opposition member that continues to want to do nothing in terms of providing a constructive critique of the budget, commenting on what she believes would be something healthy, an alternative that would be healthy. Does she have any intentions on voting for the throne speech? And if not, can she indicate what, if anything, she believes is good within the throne speech?
Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My biggest fan on that side of the aisle mentioned the budget. I didn't see the budget or any dollar signs attached to anything in the throne speech. So once I have the numbers to demonstrate what each of these initiatives in the throne speech is going to cost, then I'll maybe be able to say something positive.
Good answer.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The member for la députée pour Côte-Nord, Kawawach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a quick question. This is the beginning of a new parliament. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of a government that was elected on the principle that it wanted to do something about the economy, but that is actually instead starting in on some very exceptional and exponential spending, and that hasn't tabled the budget. Does she think that's responsible? Thank you.
Algonquin Renfrew Pembroke.
No, I don't think that's responsible.
The member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad I was able to catch your eye, and congratulations to you. And I wonder if the member from Algonquin Pembroke. I'm sorry, the new riding names are going to get me for a while, Mr. Speaker. I apologize, but I wonder if the member could comment further on just how the extent to which this party campaigned on its purported plan and yet tabled a speech from the throne that contains no concrete plan whatsoever and no budget?
The honourable member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister himself said a slogan isn't a plan. And plans involve precise measures and the amount that each measure is going to cost. So when the Prime Minister said he had a plan, his only plan was to pick our pockets of our policies, which we're happy about, but just make sure that you put the full policy that we proposed in, because that will be a responsible response in government to go forward.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, le député pour Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je tiens tout d'abord à préciser que je partage mon temps avec le député de Mont-Saint-Bruno, l'Acadie. Alors, Monsieur le Président, c'est avec beaucoup d'émotion et un grand sens de responsabilité que je prends la parole dans cette honorable Chambre en tant que député de Bourassa. Je tiens d'abord à remercier ma famille.
Interpretation apologizes. The microphone was off.
Donc, juste m'assurer.
I'll just make sure that things are fixed now. To ensure that we can carry out our work in both official languages. Yes, it's working now. The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, it is with a great deal of emotion and a deep sense of responsibility that I rise for the first time in this honourable House as the member for the riding of Bourassa. I would like to start by thanking my family, friends, and the volunteers who helped me throughout this campaign. Their patience, commitment, and trust are what have enabled me to be here today. This is a collective victory. It is the result of a great deal of work on the ground, shared conviction, and listening. I would like to congratulate the Right Honourable Prime Minister on his new role. And I would also like to mention the speech from the throne that was spoken by His Majesty, King Charles III. This speech sketches out a path towards the future, a stronger, fairer, and more innovative future. And that must include all realities in our country, including in Bourassa. Bourassa is a vibrant, diverse, and proud riding. It is a place with a great deal of culture and history. It is welcoming, but it's also one of the ridings that is the most affected by poverty in Canada. 48% of households are under the low-income threshold. There are many single-parent families, and there are very great needs for affordable housing, access to the workplace, and psychological support. These challenges do not define us, but they are important. And the federal government should give more support to our riding by investing more in social housing, by offering more funding to community organizations, especially ongoing, recurring funding. And it should pay specific attention to education, youth success, and mental health. I will now turn to my priority topics, starting with public safety. In the speech from the throne, we heard, and this is very reasonable, that we should apply the law more strictly on violent crime. And I agree with that. We need to strengthen the rule of law, but we should not stop there, because too often when there is a crime or a violent crime, too many previous warning signs have been ignored. And we cannot seriously discuss the problem of public safety without also talking about persistent poverty, the lack of cultural, educational, and sports infrastructure for our youth, the serious lack of safe green spaces in some neighborhoods. It's so important for a safe city. We should also remember that very often community organizations, which would have been the first line of prevention against crime, are being underfunded. Again, prevention needs to be balanced compared to what is instead being put forward on the other side of the house. We need a balanced approach with prevention. These kinds of things have to do with the warning signs before a crime occurs. And if we don't invest in prevention, we will continue to pay a price, human, social, and economic price. So we need to find a real balance between dissuasion and prevention. Yes, we need to apply the law firmly, but we also need to help youth to believe in the rule of law. Now I'm going to turn to artificial intelligence. I've worked in the IT area since I was quite young, and I believe that that AI can be a powerful tool if we use it appropriately. AI can accelerate access to government programs. It can reduce red tape for organizations, industries, and individuals. It can offer quicker, personalized services to Canadians. It can improve infrastructure planning, emergency management, and public equipment maintenance. We see that today. And I would like our government to make sure that it's aligned with global practices. Of course, we also need to make sure that individuals are at the center of the use of this technology. AI should never replace compassion. It should not lead to further social inclusion. What we need is ethical, inclusive, transparent, and accessible AI that can help vulnerable ridings like Bourassa. I will now turn to my third priority. As various colleagues have already mentioned, we need to support our seniors. I would not even consider making this first speech without touching upon this key segment of our society, our seniors. We have many seniors in Bourassa who have built our community thanks to their hard work, their commitment, their wisdom, and yet today, many of them are living alone, in isolation, and on a very limited income. We are hearing two things from them very clearly. First of all, they want programs to help them stay in their home so that they can continue living in their home, in their neighborhood, as long as possible. In order to accomplish that, they need better services, home care services, psychosocial support, appropriate transportation, accessibility, renovation assistance in their homes. This is urgent. They're also asking for their income to be protected, given the realities of inflation. We need to hear what our seniors are asking us, because this is not just a social measure. This is a moral duty and a choice we must make as a future-facing society. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as an MP in this House, we are carrying the voices of those who elected us, the voices of young people, families, new arrivals, and of course of seniors. I am here to represent Bourassa with pride, to represent Bourassa with dignity, and to represent Bourassa with determination. I am committed to defending the interests of my community, to making sure that its realities are heard on the pan-Canadian stage. I will work with my colleagues to build a fairer, safer, and more innovative Canada. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The member for St. Albert Sturgeon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome the honourable member to this House. We have seen mixed messages from the Prime Minister and from the government when it comes to getting resource projects and pipelines built. During the election campaign, the Prime Minister's mantra was build, baby, build. He even invoked using emergencies powers to get pipelines built, but then backtracked by endorsing the No Pipelines Bill C-69, as well as the production cap. We've seen the Minister of Natural Resources repeatedly say that the government now would support getting pipelines built only where there is a so-called consensus. So could the honourable member elaborate on what that might look like?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Tout d'abord, je remercie.
First, I thank my colleague for his question. His question is a bit outside of the bounds of what I was discussing in my speech, but I would like to say to him and to the entire official opposition is that we must absolutely work together so that we can move forward together. Empty criticism is not how we can move forward as a country. Now, the question I was asked as I said, did not directly relate to my speech, but our government, I can tell you, is open to collaboration and open to discussion. If we work together, we can build a stronger Canada with fewer accusations and less criticism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments, but before we comment, just a quick reminder, we should address the chair rather than addressing the member who asked the question. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Lestigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I worked at the Legal Aid Office in Baie des Chaleurs. I worked in service of the most vulnerable Canadians. I saw poverty up close. My colleague talked about the link between poverty and inequality. It was very interesting. So in the speech from the throne, why didn't his government to commit to reforming EI so that there is no black hole, no gap? We need a more generous EI system so that there can be less poverty. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. I thank my colleague for the very relevant question. Sometimes poverty can be a precursor to crime. This question is about a very specific program tied to the government. I did not bring up EI, which is a government program, but one program cannot solve the issue. The issues are systematic. Solutions include funding organizations, funding infrastructure for young people. We also need more sustainable, ongoing funding for our organizations. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Speaker. The issue is systemic. The issue needs to be seen from a broader perspective, and that is one piece of the puzzle which is very important. I thank him for the question. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank my colleague and congratulate him on his first speech in the House, as well as on his election in Bourassa. I have a simple question. My riding is in a rural area, so our reality is different from that of urban ridings. My colleague mentioned artificial intelligence. How can we apply AI in a region like mine? How can we apply AI in all of Canada's non-urbanized, further or more remote regions? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Argenteuil. I'd like to restate what I said in my speech. It is very important that we apply AI ethically and inclusively. Why? Because we cannot create another gap when it comes to AI between groups or between areas. Sometimes AI can really help us. It can make things easier. It can simplify processes. It can really help us. The difference between my writing and my colleagues is that we may have aging populations who don't have access to technology, but with AI, we can make things a lot easier for people. For instance, when it comes to infrastructure, be it in my writing or in my colleagues, we can use infrastructure preventatively and proactively. We can determine proactively and preventatively which infrastructure we need to protect and improve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie.
Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues,
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, it is with humility and gratitude that I rise today to speak for the first time in this House of Commons as member for the new riding of Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. First, allow me to thank the people of Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie from the bottom of my heart. I thank them sincerely for having elected me and for having placed their trust in me to be their voice here in Ottawa. They have given me the responsibility to make their voice heard here.
vous m'avez confié la responsabilité de porter vos préoccupations.
They have given me the opportunity to make their voices heard here in this important and beautiful institution. I will be their voice here in Ottawa every day. I would also like to recognize Mr. Ludovic Rizet. He is the mayor of Saint-Bruno de Montarville, and he is here today in the galleries.
Monsieur le maire,
Mr. Mayor, thank you for breathing new air into the municipality. When you were elected to the council in 2019 and then elected as mayor in 2021, your youth has been very helpful and you have true love for your town. This makes you an elected official who is inspiring, accessible, and deeply engaged and committed to the development of our community. I was very happy to work with you to move our projects and goals forwards through strong, lasting friendships and dialogue. Mr. Speaker, I'm a father of 4. As such, I'm very proud to become a member at a time when our government is offering support and a break to Canadian families. One example is the recent tax break, which is a true tax cut. It's true tax relief for middle-class families. The tax cut will be immediate. As of 2026, a 2-income family will be able to save up to $840 a year. Approximately 20 million Canadians will benefit from this tax cut. In 2025, we will change the lowest tax rate from 15% to 14%. $27 billion will be given back to Canadians over the next few years. It's a true tax relief. This is a major step forward for Canada. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that this is conscientious policy that will truly help people's day-to-day lives. In this vein, I would like to talk about Afrique en Lumière, which was an event organized by the group Lève-toi et brille, Stand Up and Shine, and the Canadian African Association of Canada. I am the first Canadian MP of Congolese origin. That event reminds me where I come from and what we need to work toward together. I stand with respect and solidarity. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the employees of the House of Commons for their very warm welcome, their guidance, and their exemplary professionalism since I arrived here. I would also like to thank my fellow members of Parliament for watching over me, for giving me advice, and for their teamwork spirit. Mr. Speaker, it is with respect, determination, and hope that I begin this term as a member of Parliament. I'm here to serve, I'm here to build, and I'm here to represent the voice of the people of Mont-Saint-Bruno-Acadie for a strong Quebec in a strong Canada. Thank you very much.
Avant qu'on commence les questions et commentaires.
Before we proceed to questions and comments, a reminder to new members of Parliament that we cannot reference people who are in the gallery. Also, only the Speaker can recognize or acknowledge the presence of those who are in galleries.
Senator Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Mont-Saint-Bruno-Acadie. I, too, was a municipal politician, and the recent concerns that I have heard from municipalities, universities, and schools and hospitals were the carbon tax that was being downloaded onto these organizations and the fact that the federal government never gave back their returns. They always talked about how people, families were always getting 8 out of 10 were getting more money back, but these organizations were overlooked. I'm going to ask my colleague, will the federal government commit to returning the carbon tax funds that have been taken from these organizations?
Député pour Mont-Saint.
The honourable member for Mont-Saint-Bruno, l'Acadie. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. The Government of Canada and Prime Minister Mark Carney decided to decrease tax rates. Before the member continues, a reminder that we must refer to people by their title or riding rather than by their name. Thank you for the reminder. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. Our government decided to decrease the tax rate, the lowest tax rate, from 15% to 14% for all Canadians. That is an important step to move our economy forward and make a stronger Canada. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Côte-Nord, Kawawachi-Kamak, Nitassinan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech and welcome him to the House. Earlier, we asked a question about EI. The Liberal government promised to reform EI in 2015. Here we are 10 years later, 2025, nothing's going on. Why isn't the Liberal government keeping its promise when it comes to EI? In regions like mine, a lot of people are without income during a large period of the year because they work in seasonal industries like fisheries, forestry, and mining. Does my colleague feel that there will be a reform soon? Is that imminent? Will the Liberal government keep its promise, the promise it made to the people in my riding? The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As of 2026, I repeat, families will be able to benefit from up to $840 a year in savings. This will affect about 20 million Canadians. This is a significant step, it's an important gesture, and it will help Canadians.
The member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly appreciate the member's comments. Was really quite pleased. I believe I heard he was the first member from the Congo heritage to be in the member of Parliament here in Canada, and I applaud him on that, and look forward to hearing him tell us a little bit more from his perspective. And I also noticed that he really emphasized the very first action that the Prime Minister of Canada had taken was to give that tax break. And if he can just amplify why it is so important for him, he made reference that he has some children.
L'honorable député pour Mont-Saint-Bruno, l'Acadie.
The honourable member for Mont-Saint-Bruno, l'Acadie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, I'm a father of 4. I understand Canadians' needs based on my own personal experience. I also grew up here in Canada. I talked about this measure when I went door to door during the campaign. Many of my constituents said that that measure would be very helpful for Canadian families. Thank you.
The member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my great pleasure to welcome the member opposite to this chamber. Terrific speech. I am so excited that the member is also so excited about tax cuts. My major question for that member, Mr. Speaker, is if going from 15 to 14% is so great, if a 1% reduction is so great, why don't they double it?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mont-Saint-Bruno, l'Acadie, in 15 seconds or less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. In my view, tax cuts should be progressive and well organized. By cutting the rate from 15% to 14%, our government is acting judiciously and responsibly. This will end up being savings of $27 billion over time. I think we're acting progressively and wisely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking my constituents in my riding of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill for allowing me the opportunity to be their voice in this historic place. I am truly humbled by the honor that they have bestowed in me to represent them and our community in this, the home of democracy for Canada and for all Canadians. I know that the chair I sit in belongs to them. This is an honor and a privilege that I cherish, and I pledge to work tirelessly on their behalf to prove worthy of the trust they have placed in me. From the bottom of my heart, I thank my hard-working campaign team and the hundreds of volunteers who devoted so much of their precious time to help me spread a message of hope in these trying times. Mr. Speaker, it was in the third week of May in 1956 when my mother, Panayota, a young woman in her mid-20s, boarded the Queen Frederica for a transatlantic trip to Canada from her native country of Greece. Born in the 30s in the midst of the Great Depression, in a small village in the Spartan region of southern Greece, in a poor family, opportunities were virtually non-existent. The inevitable hardship that followed as the country was embroiled in the Second World War was only compounded by the Civil War that ensued in 1948. Like so many of her generation, my mother was deprived of an education. By the 1950s, it became evident to her that she did not have a future in her poor village in her own country. It was then that a friend told her about a country called Canada. At the time, the government of Canada had an immigration stream for domestics. Today, we call it the Live-In Caregiver Program. She applied and was one of 75 young women who courageously boarded the ship for Canada to work as a maid in a home. The Queen Frederica embarked on the 15-day journey, landing at Pier 21 in Halifax on the 6th of June. My mom walked off the ship with no money, carrying a small suitcase containing just a few clothing items and not knowing a word of the English or French language. In truth, though, Mr. Speaker, she carried a lot more than that. She brought with her the dream that in this new country that she had chosen, she would be welcomed, with hard work she would succeed, and her dreams would be fulfilled. She dreamt that she would meet someone, get married, have children, and grow a family in a country that promised every opportunity to educate her children, contribute to society, and to prosper. My father, John, also chose Canada as his home and landed at the same pier with the same dream. 1 year later, they met in Montreal. The following year, they were married. Born in Montreal, Mr. Speaker, my brothers and I grew up in a loving home guided by our Christian faith and by the values taught to us by our parents. It was in those early formative years that I learned the importance of civic engagement and realized that in addition to my own personal career path, I wanted to be of public service. For the past 35 years, I have volunteered in my community, and this ultimately led me to seeking an elected office. My election to Canada's Parliament in 2011 and again in 2025 would not have been possible if my parents had not instilled in me a deep love for our great country. Canada is indeed a country where everything is possible, even for two poor people who came here like so many others have, seeking a better life. For my family, my election was in part a fulfillment of a Canadian dream. Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of this tired Liberal government, Canada's promise that with hard work, anyone from anywhere can achieve anything has indeed been broken. Taxes are higher, interest rates are up, grocery prices have skyrocketed, home prices are up, and Canadians are left helpless as this Liberal government has lost its way. Unfortunately, the speech from the throne did very little to give people hope and to inspire optimism for better days ahead, Mr. Speaker. While there are some measures outlined that can be seen as steps in the right direction,
I regret to interrupt the member. It is now time for statements by members. The member will have about 5 minutes after question period is done. For now, it's statements by members. Déclaration de député.
Statements by members.
Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today for the first time in the 45th Parliament with gratitude and humility. I am the first member of the Liberal Party to win my riding in 70 years. To the people of South Surrey, White Rock, thank you for placing your trust in me. It's an honor to serve as your representative. To my family, the incredible volunteers and supporters, thank you very much for your time, energy, and unwavering dedication. I could not have done this without you. My work in this House has already begun. My priorities for South Surrey White Rock include protecting our border community, addressing the urgent pressures on housing and affordability, and building safer and secure neighborhoods. I would like to recognize this week being National Accessibility Week, a time to celebrate the contributions of persons with disabilities and build more inclusive and accessible communities. I wish to thank Stephanie Cadieux, my dear friend and Canada's first ever Chief Accessibility Officer, for her continued leadership and...
The member for Richmond Centre, Marpole.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to sound the alarm on a national emergency that's devastating families across the country, the drug crisis. I listened carefully to the speech from the throne. I was disappointed and frankly alarmed that this crisis was barely acknowledged. Just 18 words were offered on a tragedy that has claimed 50,000 Canadian lives in the past decade. 50,000 Canadians dead from overdoses since 2015. More than all the Canadian soldiers who died in the Second World War. Yet the government continues to downplay it. The Prime Minister even said on the campaign trail that Canada is facing a challenge, not a crisis. He is dead wrong. In British Columbia, overdose is now the leading cause of death for youth aged 10 to 18. In February, a 14-year-old girl died alone at home in Surrey. In July 2024, a 13-year-old girl in Prince George lost her life to overdose. When will this Liberal government put an end to its reckless drug policy and failed decriminalization experiment?
Député pour Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank the residents of Orleans for giving me the opportunity to continue representing them at the House of Commons. It's a tremendous honour and privilege, and I am grateful for their trust. I would also like to thank my campaign team and the hundreds of volunteers who took the time day after day to come out and help us share our message. People throughout the campaign gave me a clear mandate. They talked about their concerns, tax cuts, getting rid of GST for first-time homebuyers, and the elimination of federal barriers to internal trade. Furthermore, in terms of our country's sovereignty, like our national anthem says, and as King Charles III reiterated in his throne speech, the true North is indeed strong and free, and it will remain so forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by acknowledging members of community councils from Long Range Mountains here with us today. I am immensely grateful for the work that they do for our communities, and it's an honor to have them here in the capital. I would also like to take a moment to commemorate the I Love You Foundation, a foundation built on hope, kindness, and love in honor and memory of Isla Short. They raise funds to help families who battle the challenges that come with having a child with a life-threatening condition. Once a year, and this year on May 23rd, the community of Deer Lake comes together to fundraise and celebrate I Love You Day, a celebration of Isla's life. There's a carnival, cupcakes, ice cream, and lots of jokes, all symbols of childhood joy. To Sarah and Michael, Isla's parents, and all of the incredible volunteers and donors who make this day possible, thank you for transforming heartbreak into hope and showing the country what it means to care for one another.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, the Blue and Gold Order of Merit is a prestigious award presented by the Université de Moncton to graduating students who have demonstrated outstanding academic achievement, community involvement, and participation in student life. I would like to congratulate two young people from my riding, Jennifer Lepage-Robidoux, a graduate with a bachelor's degree in education, and Simon Theriot, a graduate with a bachelor's degree in social sciences, for receiving this mark of recognition, which crowns a university career dedicated to excellence. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the 322 people who received a diploma or certificate at the 73rd graduation ceremony at the university at the Edmundston campus. This is a milestone in their journey, and I hope that many of them will choose to remain in our region. We have so much talent in our region, and it's an honor to represent here in Ottawa this beautiful riding. Thank you.
Columbia, Kootenay, Southern Rockies.
On behalf of my colleagues, past and present, I rise today to pay tribute to the late Jim Gout, former Member of Parliament who passed away on May 27th after a courageous 3-year battle with cancer. Jim was first elected in 1993 as a Reform Party MP for Kootenay West Revelstoke. He served for 12 years, 4 elections, later representing the Southern Interior BC with the Conservative Party. Before politics, Jim worked as an air traffic controller. His deep knowledge of Canada's transportation sector earned respect across party lines. A dedicated parliamentarian, he served on many committees, always focused on providing sound, informed advice to government. His maiden speech, he said, "Those who are from the Kootenays know how incredible it is. Those who are from other places are mistaken in believing that theirs equal it." On retiring in 2005, Jim said it was time to enjoy life with his wife Anne and practice the 3 Gs: gardening, golf, and grandchildren. Jim leaves a legacy of service, integrity, and dedication. We extend our deepest condolences. May he rest in peace.
The member for Bay of Quinte.
Monsieur President,
Mr. Speaker,
I rise today for my first time as Member of Parliament for the great riding of Bay of Quinte. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude and optimism as I look out at this 45th Parliament and all the new faces and returning faces who I will be working alongside as we build a better Canada. I also want to thank my wife Sandy and my daughters Nicole and Rochelle, and also want to thank the tireless volunteers who helped secure this victory for the Bay of Quinte. I wouldn't be here without you all. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize that June is the start of Pride season here in Canada, and it's a time to celebrate the vibrancy and contributions of 2S LGBTQIA+ communities we have in my riding of Bay of Quinte and across Canada. It is also to recommit ourselves to the work that still needs to be done to ensure we have true equality and opportunity in our society. This Sunday, Pride Week starts in the Bay of Quinte, with events taking place.
La députée pour Belge.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Etchemy-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after a throne speech that seemed inspired by fiscal prudence advocated by the Conservatives, the actions taken by the new Prime Minister quickly dashed any hopes. Promises of austerity in the morning, spending sprees in the afternoon, an additional $6 billion for consultants, while families in Lévis are lining up for food hampers. We had thought for a moment that the Prime Minister had finally understood the Conservative logic, reduce the tax burden by reducing the size of government. But he only half understood it. You can't cut taxes while inflating spending. That's not responsibility, it's inflation. And this uncontrolled liberal inflation has doubled the number of food bank users in some organizations in my riding in just 3 years. The Prime Minister seems to be following in the footsteps of his predecessor. Canadians deserve better. The House deserves better, and we deserve a budget this spring. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, La Matapedia. Mr. Speaker, it's with immense pride that I rise today as Rimouski welcomes for the second time since 2009 the Memorial Cup, a must-see event in Canadian junior hockey. Since the start, our region has shown that outside the big cities, we think big. It's already a resounding success. The Bas-Saint-Laurent region becomes the land of champions, and at the heart of this success is the Rimouski Oceanic, the team of our region that has renewed its confidence to host this prestigious event. I'd like to thank the Tanguay family, the committee led by Sébastien Noël, the volunteers, and the community for their exemplary mobilization. I'd also like to congratulate the young players for their talent and sportsmanship. Together, you have proven that our region can host major events and make them a success with pride, passion, and determination. Good luck to the finalists, and happy Memorial Cup. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank the people of Ottawa Centre. It is a true honor to serve my community and a responsibility I carry with deep humility and commitment. Throughout the campaign, I heard a clear call for leadership that listens and delivers. That's what I'm here to do. I'll keep working hard to expand access to dental care, build more affordable housing on public land, and advance the seniors' health and housing hub at Confederation Heights. Revitalizing our downtown is also a top priority, from transforming the Dow's Lake and Arboretum into year-round community destinations to improving bike paths and supporting local businesses. And yes, I'm excited to keep pushing to bring the Ottawa Senators to La Breton Flats, along with a bold, community-led vision that includes affordable housing, Indigenous culture, and French language education. Speaker, I will always stand up for Ottawa Centre and for a stronger, more inclusive Canada. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
The member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
So this is what it looks like when a country is flying blind. No budget, no plan, and millions of families left in the dark. Parliament was shut down for half a year, and then came the snap election, and now the new Prime Minister wants to spend $500 billion but is refusing to deliver a budget. No answers, just smoke and mirrors, while real people are struggling to stay afloat. I know a young couple in the GTA doing everything right, working hard, saving every dollar, and yet they still can't afford a home. Pre-construction sales are down over 70%, and experts say a housing shortage is just around the corner. The dream of home ownership is slipping away. And for families who already own, mortgage payments are falling behind, groceries and gas are eating up what's left of the paycheck, and our young people, kids just starting out, drowning in credit card debt. No business would ever let a new CEO get away with this. The board would demand a budget, and Canadians deserve the same.
You're here.
The member for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the honor of being sworn in once again as the Member of Parliament for Canada. Standing with my family, friends, and dedicated volunteers who helped make this journey possible was deeply moving and a moment I will never forget. Public service is a privilege, and I'm incredibly grateful for the trust that the residents of Canada have placed in me once again. I'm ready to work hard every day to be their voice here in Parliament and to champion the issues that matter most in our community. To the residents of Canada, Bells Corners, Stittsville, and Carp, it's an honor to serve on your behalf, and this seat belongs to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
It turns out the Prime Minister was telling the truth when he said he was different from Justin Trudeau. He's actually worse. This week, the Prime Minister introduced his first spending bill, called the Main Estimates for the coming year. It's a $500 billion spending bill with no budget. He promised to cap spending increases to 2%, but then 1 hour later stuck Canadians with an 8% spending hike, nearly 3 times larger than inflation and population growth combined. Single moms, seniors, and small business owners have to budget before they spend. Why doesn't the Prime Minister? This all from the guy who said he was the man with the plan and would be a strong fiscal manager. The Prime Minister will claim these are investments that will make Canadians better off, but the only ones getting richer are government consultants, who will get a record-breaking $26.1 billion this year. That's even 36% more than what Trudeau gave them. Mr. Speaker, that's $1,400 from every Canadian household going to federal government consultants. Brookfield shareholders wouldn't have stood for this, so why should
The member for London Centre.
Mr. Speaker, recently I had the honor for the 4th time to be sworn in as a Member of Parliament, now representing the constituency of London Centre. I thank naturally, of course, I thank my colleagues and look forward to working with everyone in this House. Of course, I thank my family, my beautiful wife, Katie, our daughter, Ava, and all the volunteers who put aside so much time to put in signs, to knock on doors, yes, to write checks so the campaign could happen in the first place. All of those things, and I know that every member in this House feels equally about those volunteers. Nothing happens in democracy, of course, without them. And so the work begins, prioritizing matters like trade. I'm from London, Ontario. London is situated in southwestern Ontario, an area of the country that is disproportionately impacted by the Trump tariffs. Housing issues. I've spoken about housing and homelessness many times in previous parliaments. That will continue. That work is absolutely vital. And of course, Mr. Speaker, affordability. Affordability issues are paramount for all of us. Let's work together to get it done. Thank you.
The member for Leduc, Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, 30 years ago this week, ink hardly dry on my U of A business degree, I started selling season tickets for the Edmonton Oilers Hockey Club. Those were difficult years post-dynasty and a tough Canadian economy, and our small Edmonton market was in imminent danger of losing our NHL team to a wealthy U.S. buyer. But then something magical happened. Edmontonians stepped up in spectacular fashion, cobbling together complicated season ticket sharing schemes with their friends, family, and neighbors to, in mere months, double our season ticket base to save the Oilers from the American threat. Over my 10 years there, and for 20 more since, the Oilers fan base has never wavered in their support. In recent years, Oilers fans have been rewarded with one of the most exciting teams in the history of our great game. Today, the Oilers stand once again on the edge of glory, an entire nation cheering them on. I know that all members of this House, rarely united on anything, can unite behind this remarkable Oilers team. At this one critical moment in history, undoubtedly Canada's team. Bring it home, boys.
Oral questions, questions orales. Oh, forgive me. I was excited to start question period. The member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the constituents of Hamilton Mountain for electing me to a second term. And thank you to all of the amazing volunteers who brought such passion and hard work to help make it happen. I would like to remind colleagues and Canadians that this weekend marks the start of National Indigenous History Month. A couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to attend a Red Dress Day ceremony at the Native Women's Centre in my riding, and the tears were flowing all around the room as we lit candles to illuminate the names of dozens upon dozens of local missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQI+ people. I wore the red dress pin. I beaded myself under the tutelage of a master beater at an earlier event at the center. I clearly do not have my teacher's talent, but the process of beading was painful and intensely meaningful. Let's all take time this June to reflect on the history of Indigenous peoples and how we can advance reconciliation.
And now, oral questions, questions orales. The member for Thornhill.
The Prime Minister spent weeks parading around the country and promising Canadians he'd, quote, spend less. But the guy who was supposed to give us fiscal restraint dropped an 8% spending hike, after promising he'd cap government spending at 2%. A big broken promise and a $500 billion spending bill without an actual budget. He called himself an Ottawa outsider, but he's picking up pretty quick on the ways of old Liberal Ottawa. Businesses and households across the country spend their money and live within their means. Why can't the Prime Minister do the same?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. In fact, we have more good news, Mr. Speaker, for Canadians. In fact, Statistics Canada just announced this morning that the Canadian economy grew by 2.2% in the first quarter, Mr. Speaker. This is a plan that is working. This is a plan about building the strongest economy in the G7. This is about transforming our economy, Mr. Speaker. This is about an ambitious, a confident, and a prosperous Canada, Mr. Speaker. We will deliver for Canadians.
The member for Thornhill.
Leave it to the Liberals to tell Canadians that $500 billion blank check and an 8% spending hike after promising to cap it at 2% means good news for Canadians. A request for a $500 billion blank check isn't a plan. It's the exact opposite. And so far, the plan is the government wants to send $1,400 per Canadian family for consultants, for government consultants. He said they cut it by $7 billion. Instead, they increased it by $6 billion. If the Prime Minister is the man with a plan who you want to hire in a crisis, then why does he need to hire so many families?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this is an interesting question, but the real question this morning is how much the Canadian economy has grown over the last quarter. And the answer, 2.2%. Much higher than economists' predictions. So when you have a plan to grow the Canadian economy, to make it the strongest in the G7, to transform our economy, to have an ambitious and prosperous country, Mr. Speaker, well, that's what Canadians have asked for, and that's what we're delivering.
Mr. Speaker, if the government had a plan, they'd table a budget yesterday and tell Canadians exactly how their money is being spent. And of course, nothing says affordability like hiring the architect of the housing crisis to fix the problem here. The new housing minister let Vancouver home prices rise by 179% when he was in office. So I have a very simple question. Can he tell us how much of this government's inflationary spending, how much is each Canadian mortgage going to go up as a result?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I like this question period this Friday because we have so many good news for Canadians. It is interesting, the question, but the real question is that we have a plan and our plan is working. 2.2%, Mr., in terms of growth in the last quarter. This is what Canada is about. It's about investing in our people. It's about investing in our industry. It's about investing in Canada. Mr. Speaker, not only we have growth, but we always have a triple rating, a AAA credit rating, Mr. Speaker. One of the two countries in the G7. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, that's a confident Canada. That's an ambitious Canada. That's the Canada we'll build together.
Le député pour Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent Akiawenrock. Well, Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, all of these people were elected telling Canadians they would control spending. And on Tuesday, the King said that there would be new fiscal discipline with a maximum increase in spending of 2%. That was Tuesday morning. And then Tuesday afternoon, this government brought in new legislation. And actually, we saw that spending would go up by 8%. This new prime minister, who was supposed to be a global banker, who would have thought he would do worse than the former drama teacher, Justin Trudeau? So my only question to the Minister of Finance is, can you stop channeling Justin Trudeau? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Well, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague, Mr. Speaker. He's a veteran MP. But I don't know why he wants to distract Canadians from today's good news. For once, the Conservatives should be happy on a Friday morning, Mr. Speaker. We're looking at 2.2% growth in Canada. That's higher than what economists were predicting. We have a plan to grow the Canadian economy. We have a plan to build tomorrow's economy. We have a plan for a strong Canada. That's exactly what we're doing. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent Akiawenrock. Well, what's really going up, Mr. Speaker, what's going up by 36% is this Liberal government's spending on consultants. Already, last year, they were spending way too much, 20 billion, and yet now it's gone up to 26 billion. They have shown no ability to control spending. We can see that. Canadians want a government that controls spending. Why is the Minister of Finance refusing to table a budget? In fact, he was criticized by his leader last week. Will the Minister of Finance commit to tabling a budget this spring? The Honourable Minister of Finance. No, I'm sorry.
The Honourable Minister, le Ministre.
Oui, merci.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's fine. I don't need my full title. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He mentioned drama, and I would just like to say that he also quite likes drama. We see him doing some pretty histrionic things during every question period. Well, we know that the Conservative platform wasn't worth the paper it was written on. Everyone who understands math throughout the country ridiculed the Conservative platform. Meanwhile, we on this side of the House, we were elected with a clear mandate to reduce dependence on external consultants and have a strong public service and accomplish our ambitious agenda. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent Akiawenrock. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not being theatrical. These are facts. This government said it would reduce its spending on consultants, but actually we're seeing the exact opposite. 36%. That's the increase on consultants. For those who are listening at home, know that for every single family, those consultants are going to cost you $1,400 in taxes. That's the signature move of this government. Will someone tell this Minister of Finance that it makes no sense to further increase spending on consultants? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we have reduced our dependence on consultants, but we were also elected on a very strong mandate. A mandate to increase government efficiency, for example, by using new technologies. My colleague mentioned Canadian families. Well, this week we tabled a motion in the House, a measure in the House, to give back on average each Canadian family $840 in tax cuts. Will the Conservatives support that measure? It's only common sense. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Les-Îles-La-Madeleine, Listigouche. Well, Mr. Speaker, elected officials should never spend Quebecers' money blindly, and yet that's exactly what the Liberals are proposing today. They're asking the House to adopt measures that are worth more than $200 billion without a budget. Not a budget, not even an economic update. They are spending without even trying to count what they're spending. If this new government wants to put an end to the frivolous image of the Trudeau years, well, they're off on the wrong foot. Will they finally make it clear to Quebecers what is actually going on with the public finances? The Honourable Minister of Finance. I have a great deal of respect for my new colleague, Mr. Speaker, and yet things are getting off on the right foot because the first thing we're doing is to bring in a tax cut for 22 million Canadians, including people in his riding, who will be very pleased to hear this news. 22 million Canadians will have to pay less in taxes. This is a key measure. During the campaign, we said we would make sure that Canadians had a more affordable lifestyle. And we're doing exactly what we promised. My colleagues should be happy to support this government measure. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, this government is continuing to spend Quebecers' money without a clear plan. They are trying to make people believe that they can continue to increase spending and yet somehow not increase the debt or cut services. Quebecers understand that that makes no sense, but the Liberals are asking them to just trust them. Just trust us, even though we don't have a budget. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have shown over and over that they do not deserve Quebecers' blind trust. When will there finally be a budget? The Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, one thing is very clear. It's that Quebecers have placed their trust in us with 44 incredible Liberal MPs, twice as many as the Bloc Québécois, who have 22. Quebecers know that we are currently in a tariff war which is directly affecting our workers and economy. Our Quebec MPs and ministers are here to defend Quebec. That's what we're going to do. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the Liberals that Quebecers elected a minority government. They're expecting parties to cooperate. They're expecting transparency, and they're expecting some rigor. To bring in $200 billion in new spending without a budget to explain how these measures will actually be costed, that goes against the mandate that was granted to the Liberals, which was for cooperation, transparency, and rigor. Will the Liberals finally meet Quebecers' expectations? Will they table a budget? The Minister of Industry. The Liberal government will meet Quebecers' expectations, which is why Quebecers placed their trust in us. We saw that during the election. That's why we have 44 MPs, which is a record for our party. We're very proud of that. I'd like to thank all of my colleagues who worked so hard. Congratulations. And of course, we will on occasion cooperate with the Bloc Québécois. But the key point is that we will defend Canadian sovereignty, whereas the Bloc Québécois prefers to just focus on Quebec's sovereignty. We will be here to create jobs and protect our economy. That's our priority.
For Hastings, Lennox and Addington, and Tyne-Denaga.
The Prime Minister's first bill has shattered his spending promises. He was elected on a promise of financial transparency, accountability, and responsibility, and only 1 month later, he has already torn down that facade, treating taxpayer dollars like some seedy, secretive corporate bank account instead of the purse strings of this nation. Mr. Speaker, in what world can this Prime Minister justify spending $500 billion in taxpayer dollars without a budget?
The President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, this new government is making sure that spending is being carefully managed and focused on our most pressing priorities. We will continue to review our spendings to make sure we are being efficient, effective, and focused on meeting the challenges and opportunities Canada faces.
The member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, and Tyne-Denaga.
This government's dismissive rhetoric does not stand up to scrutiny. They promised to cap spending at 2%, but our hours later increased it by 8%. No fiscal anchor, no fiscal guardrails. We are in a fiscal freefall, and working-class Canadians are paying the bill, including nearly $1,400 per household spent on this Prime Minister's corporate consultant cronies. Mr. Speaker, it's insulting to Canadians. How is this Liberal government asking to spend $500 billion without a budget?
President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the investments in the main. It includes important funding to support the Canadian Forces, health services for First Nations, dental care, border services and immigration, veterans benefit and housing. The new government is investing in Canadians to build Canada strong.
The member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes.
Speaker, under these Liberals, it's the same spending, same ministers, and same painful consequences for Canadians. Except now, we don't know the government's full plan because they refuse to table a budget, something quite new to Canada. Budgets have been presented during wars, economic downturns, and yes, even following elections. We do know that this government has increased spending on consultants by 36%, meaning every Canadian household must pay $1,400 to get gimmicks instead of results. How is this Liberal government asking to spend $500 billion without even a budget?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's the same old Conservative, but with new slogan, Mr. Speaker. We're just a week in this House, and they're coming back with slogan. On this side of the House, Canadians watching at home know they can trust us, Mr. Speaker, because we promise and we deliver. We promise to be there for Canadians, and the first thing we delivered, Mr. Speaker, was a tax cut for 22 million Canadians. Wow. There are people in this riding watching today, and they're going to thank this new Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, to make their life more affordable. But we have even more good news, Mr. Speaker. We're removing the GST on new homes for first-time home buyers up to $1 million, Mr. Speaker. This is
the member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes.
Well, Speaker, I don't think asking for a budget on behalf of Canadians is a slogan. And actually something Canada has always had is a budget. In fact, this government has spent $330,000 just on consultants to rebrand a Crown corporation. The goal of that name change is to get people real excited about high-speed rail from Toronto to Quebec City. People in my area have grown quite tired of waiting decades for this project to become reality. So when will the government actually get shovels in the ground instead of padding the pockets of well-connected Liberal consultants?
Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I am glad to have the Conservatives finally talking about supporting big nation-building projects. At a time when our economy is being battered by U.S. tariffs, that is exactly what we need. Now is the time to get shovels in the ground. Now is the time to build high-speed rail. Now is the time to build Canada. That is what the Prime Minister will be talking about with premiers in Saskatoon. That is going to be what is in the bill that we will be presenting in this session, and we're going to count on the Conservatives to support that.
That's right. The member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the new Liberal Prime Minister is keeping the wasteful spending of Justin Trudeau. In fact, they are increasing spending on building bureaucracy and on well-connected consultants. The Prime Minister promised to cap spending at 8% and instead is increasing it at 2% and instead is increasing it by 8%. That's without even tabling a budget to give this House a full picture of our public finances. How is the Liberal government asking to spend $500 billion without a budget plan?
The President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the member that a lot of that funds in the main estimates are transfer payments to provinces and territories. That means billions of federal support for the member's province and the constituents. I challenge the member to join us in supporting these investments so that we can deliver services to Canadians and build Canada strong.
The member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, this week's throne speech confirms that Canadians are in for more of the same recklessness with this Liberal government. They promised to cap the spending at 2%. they've broken their promise again, spending $500 billion, almost 8% more than Justin Trudeau. Same limitless spending, same mistakes that got Canada into this mess. Canada can't trust the Liberals gambling with their futures. When will the Prime Minister stop hiding the state of our finances and release a budget?
Minister of Government, Transformation and Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud to have been elected with this government on a strong mandate to reduce bureaucracy, make government more efficient. We're working on it, and the goal is to spend less so that we can invest more, and that's exactly what we're doing with a tax cut for 22 million Canadians that's going to save on average per Canadian family $840. I'm hoping Conservatives will rally behind this common sense idea. Thank you.
The member for Regina, Wascana. Mr. Speaker, over the last 10 years, the Liberal government's debt and deficits have been out of control. The Prime Minister said that his government had a plan to cap its spending increase at 2% and to cut expensive government consultants. But now the Liberals want to quadruple that spending increase and to spend 36% more on consultants, all without any accountability. Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals spending $500 billion with no budget?
The Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy by the question by the member. In fact, what he's failing to tell Canadians watching today is that, in fact, Canada has one of the best balance sheets in the G7, Mr. Speaker. Not only we have a AAA credit rating, Mr. Speaker, but we have the lowest debt to GDP ratio, Mr. Speaker. That is an enviable position. I just presided over the G7 Finance Minister meeting in Banff recently. Mr. Speaker, the world is watching what Canada has to offer, and the world wants what Canada has to offer, Mr. Speaker. In this sense, Mr. Speaker, we're going to build the strongest economy in the G7. We're going to make this country resilient and ambitious for all Canadians.
La députée pour...
The honourable member for Côte-Nord, Kawawachkamach-Nitassinan. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago the Liberals came to power and they promised to reform the EI system. Year after year, they assured workers that they were almost ready to act, that it would only take a few months at the most. But 10 years later, the EI reform has not even made the slightest appearance in the throne speech. And yet, we're at a time when we're in a trade war with the US, and key industries like aluminum are being affected by these tariffs. Does this government realize that this is the worst time to abandon our workers?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, we've already taken actions to strengthen EI and remove some of the challenges for workers who are facing unemployment to access EI. We know that we need to respond adeptly as these tariffs threaten our workers across Canada, and that is exactly what the Prime Minister has asked me and my colleagues to do. We'll continue to be there for workers. We'll continue to have an employment insurance system that works for everyone.
La députée pour Côte-Nord, Kawawachkamach-Nitassinan.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, there was not a single word about EI reform in the throne speech. And yet, we're in a tariff crisis. To back down on reforming EI would be to betray workers. The Liberals have been promising this reform for 10 years. They've carried out so many studies, so many consultations. Enough talk. It's time to walk the walk. Will this government reveal when exactly it will bring in EI reform? Or is it just going to admit to workers that it's abandoning them?
Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, this is a time of great tariff uncertainty and great uncertainty about trade with the US. At a time like this, it is essential that we protect our workers. That is why we've made EI easier to access. We have eliminated the waiting period before being able to access EI. We've also ensured that we no longer consider severance pay and so on to be part of something that could claw back EI. That way, we can have an EI system that protects everyone.
Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake.
Speaker, on day one of his new job, the Prime Minister's housing minister told Canadians that home prices don't need to come down. After 10 years, the Liberals have doubled housing prices, down payments, mortgage payments, and rent. And now the housing minister is doubling down to keep home costs high. Can the Minister of Housing tell Canadians how many more families must fall behind before his government takes action and finally tables a budget.
Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, this government is taking action to put more money in Canadians' pockets by cutting their taxes right now, and we expect the support of the members opposite to ensure that Canadians can afford more housing options because they have more money in their pockets. It's simple math, difficult for the Conservatives across maybe to comprehend, but cutting taxes on GST for first-time home buyers and income tax delivers more affordability.
Yeah.
The member for Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake.
Speaker, the Ontario Land Registry Office, Terranet, reports the average age of a first-time home buyer in Ontario last year was 40, up from 34 a decade earlier. New data also shows GTA home sales are the worst since the market crash of the 1990s. And at home, the Niagara Home Builders Association has said housing starts in Niagara are at a 10-year low. This is the Liberals' government's 10-year record, Speaker. So can the Prime Minister tell us why Canadians should trust him and his government to fix the problems they themselves created?
Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I served for 10 years as mayor of Vancouver on the front lines of a housing crisis.
Hear, hear.
Cities, as many mayors and councillors here in Ottawa this week know, do not have the tools, the finances, or the jurisdiction to solve a housing crisis. That's why I'm here now. I am here now so the federal government can implement changes to make housing more affordable at a scale not seen in generations.
Thank you.
The member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years, the Liberals have doubled housing prices. The new minister's housing record shows the government is more of the same. As Mayor of Vancouver, he oversaw rent increasing 50%, house prices increasing 179%, and homelessness up 40%. And yet we know we must build more homes to meet demand. The City of Langford is actually discussing slowing down the development of homes, stating, quote, "There is no award for overachieving." How many more Canadians must struggle to find a home before this government finally tables a budget?
The Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, getting affordable homes built in Canada means partnership and collaboration across all levels of government. Federal government,
that's right.
Provinces and territories, cities, Indigenous communities. Challenges that we have on the ground in communities. For 7 of my 10 years as mayor, it was a Conservative government that did nothing for affordable housing across Canada.
That's right.
The Député de Beauce.
The member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the housing minister on his first day in office told Canadians that how home prices don't need to come down and that the market is stable. But vacancy rate is under 2% in most towns in my riding. Costs have gone up about double since 2021. The government's measures are not enough. It's insufficient. Young Canadians deserve to be able to buy their own home. When will this government cut bureaucracy and bring forward real solutions to the housing crisis? The Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, these problems are very real. We have an excellent minister who can handle the matter, and we have a great plan too. In the meantime, we need to work together. We need to build more homes. We need to make housing more affordable. We need to help workers in the meantime, workers who are affected by Trump's tariff war. So, under the current circumstances, we are building a construction industry to help lumber workers, steel workers, and steel and aluminum workers. So, I look forward to working with my colleague on this question. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, it's just not enough. Many young Canadians have lost their dream to own a home of their own. After 10 years, Liberals doubled rent, doubled mortgage payments, doubled home prices, and doubled mortgages. Canadians can't breathe, Mr. Speaker. According to the housing company, things have doubled recently in Quebec. Does the minister feel that prices in Quebec need to come down so that young people can make their dreams come true? Mr. Minister, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's what Quebecers and Canadians do want to know. They want to know how we're going to help them through this housing and affordability crisis. The minister has been clear about this, so has our government. We are cutting taxes. We are cutting taxes for the middle class. We also want to cut GST for first-time home buyers. We also cut the carbon tax. We are working to improve affordability. We're also going to create jobs in construction sectors.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to acknowledge and thank the constituents in my amazing riding, Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital. I thank them for placing their trust in me to represent them here in the House of Commons.
Northern and Arctic Affairs. The prairies are affected by drought and warmer than normal temperatures for a third straight season. The conditions are fueling the severity of wildfires and posing significant risks to our communities. We're not yet in June, and thousands of Canadians across the prairies have been forced out of their homes, including thousands of...
Minister of Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, my heart is with everyone across the country that is affected by these devastating wildfires, especially the people of my riding, Churchill-Kuwait-Nukaskia. The fear and uncertainty are overwhelming, but they are not alone. I remain in constant contact with my federal colleagues, provincial, local, Indigenous leaders, including Councillor Debbie Dumas, to ensure every person gets the support that they need. The federal government, the Canadian Armed Forces are fully mobilized, people are being evacuated, and we stand united in this crisis.
The member for North Island, Powell River.
After 10 years of Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, many Canadians no longer feel safe in their own communities. Violent crime is up 50%. Gang homicides are up 78%. Gun crime up 116%. The direct result of the revolving door Liberal justice system, or injustice system, I should say, and weak Liberal laws that serve the interests of criminals and not Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, if this really is a new government, will the Prime Minister repeal Trudeau's old soft on crime policies, including Bill C-5 and Bill C-75?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Our plan to keep communities safe will keep drugs, guns, and criminals off our streets. We're committed to hiring 1,000 more CBSA and 1,000 more RCMP officers to secure our border and help keep our streets safe. We're partnering with police services across the country to fight organized crime. We will make it tougher for violent criminals to get bail and impose stricter sentences for repeat violent offenders. We will always be there to protect Canadians.
The member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the now Minister of Public Safety said during the campaign that there was nothing wrong with the bail system in Canada. He even said it was, quote, quite sound. This despite the deadly spree of murders and other violent attacks committed by those out on bail and frontline officers across the country demanding immediate reform. So does the Prime Minister agree with his Minister of Public Safety that there's no problem with the bail laws in Canada or the frontline officers who are demanding real action now?
Hear, hear. Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's always heartening to see the opposition clip something that's completely out of context, and unfortunately, the Conservative candidate in my riding didn't even show up for the debate. So let me just be clear. Our government was elected on April the 28th with a mandate of ensuring that our communities are safe. That is exactly what we will do. We will work with law enforcement. This morning, I had the opportunity to meet, along with the Minister of State for Labour, members of the CPA, Canadian Police Association, and I look forward to working with law enforcement across this country to make our communities safer, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, after knocking on thousands of doors in my community this past spring, I heard the same concerns, that people are worried about the rise in crime. In Winnipeg, violent crimes like assaults, threats, and extortion are increasing. Homicide Canada reported that in 2024, Winnipeg saw over 40 homicides for the 6th year in a row. Because of Liberal bills C-5 and C-75, repeat violent offenders are treated with kid gloves and get released. When will the Liberals finally put the rights of victims and law-abiding Canadians ahead of their soft-on-crime, hug-a-thug agenda?
The Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Mr. Speaker, I'll take a moment to thank my constituents for returning me to the House of Commons for the fourth time and rising as the first time as the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Talking to people during the campaign back home, they said when dangerous people commit serious crimes and pose a threat to the public safety, they should face serious consequences. We have listened to them, Mr. Speaker, and are moving forward with stronger bail provisions for auto theft, for home invasions, for drug trafficking. We're also going to advance stronger sentences for serious crimes and for repeat offenders. We're going to do what it takes to ensure that Canadians can feel safe in their communities and be safe in their communities.
The member for Richmond Centre Marpole.
Mr. Speaker, since 2016, 50,000 Canadians died from drug overdoses, mostly from fentanyl. Mass fentanyl production is mass murder. Conservatives propose life sentences for producing or distributing over 40 milligrams. How many more Canadians must die before the Prime Minister treats mass production of fentanyl as mass murder and supports life sentence for drug kingpins?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the fentanyl crisis has impacted every community, not just in Canada, in North America, and many communities around the world. We're accelerating our work to crack down and dismantle the fentanyl trade and organized crime groups that profit from it. That's why we listed 7 cartels as terrorist entities under the criminal code. And I'm working closely with Kevin Brasseau, Canada's fentanyl czar at home and abroad, to put a laser-sharp focus on dismantling fentanyl rings, Mr. Speaker. We will always be there to protect Canadians.
The member for Portage-Lisker.
Like most Canadians, I don't stash my assets in offshore tax havens in Bermuda or the Cayman Islands, and like them, I believe in shining a little sunlight on the people who govern us. The Prime Minister claims his assets are in a blind trust, but Canadians are the ones completely in the dark. He absolutely knows what his assets were before he placed them into a blind trust. So I'll ask a simple question that deserves a simple answer. Does the Prime Minister knowingly or blindly hold any financial interest in any offshore tax havens? Yes or no?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are so proud to have a new Prime Minister with a clear vision of the country, with a plan to rebuild our economy, a plan to take on the tariff challenges with the United States, the plan to give prosperity to all Canadians, and of course, a plan to comply stringently with the Code of Ethics for all parliamentarians, which is among the most stringent in the world. He will be complying, that member will be complying, we will all be complying, and Canadians should feel very reassured about that.
Member for Portage-Lisker.
I do not feel reassured. I certainly did not hear a no in there, but what we do know is that this Prime Minister was implicated in setting up offshore tax havens to avoid paying Canadian taxes. We know he's sitting on stocks from Brookfield Assets, which is riddled with conflicts of interest and benefits handsomely from government conflicts. We know he's perfectly fine to promote companies Brookfield owns on the debate stage, so what will he do to help himself behind the closed doors of government? Canadians deserve to know if he will financially benefit from any current or future contracts Brookfield gets with his government. So when will the Prime Minister come clean and tell Canadians what assets he personally holds?
The Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has been the governor of 2 central banks, has a successful career that I'm sure he's very proud of in the private sector, has come to public service once again, another tour of public service for our Prime Minister with a clear plan to get Canada's economy back on track. That's what the Prime Minister is up to. What he's also up to is stringent compliance with the Code of Ethics that this Parliament has imposed upon itself, one of the most serious and stringent in the world. Canadians should feel very reassured.
The member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister has a plan, we'd sure love to see it here in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on the eve of the election, when he was trying to get elected, the Prime Minister went on an Oilers radio show in Edmonton, asked about oil. He said, quote, "There's a massive opportunity. If you look out east, particularly in Quebec, they import about 365,000 barrels a day. 70% of that's coming from the U.S. So we've got an opportunity to displace there." But in the past, well, first of all, he's got a Quebec minister who's now looking at me in complete disagreement with those statements. But even the Prime Minister has said as much as half of oil reserves, proven oil reserves, need to stay in the ground.
The Minister
Which of the
for...
Prime Minister's position should we believe?
Minister for Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, to win this trade war, we will build on Canada's terms to deliver the strongest, most resilient economy in the G7. Canada's new government will cut red tape, fast-track projects of national interest, and guarantee decisions within 2 years. We are not building just for speed. We are building for purpose, to have a strong negotiating hand and unlock the next generation of Canadian prosperity. We will get projects built to make Canada an energy superpower.
The member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Look, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister went on to say, like we've got this resource, at a minimum, we should be using it all the time ourselves, because we're going to use what I call conventional oil and gas for the rest of my life and beyond. He said that in Edmonton when he was trying to get elected, but he has a history of saying that we should leave oil and gas in the ground. When will this government finally repeal Bill C-69 to create the conditions that will actually allow us to take advantage of this massive opportunity to be realized?
Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give a shout out to the Edmonton Oilers who won last night. So, Mr. Speaker, my goal is to get things built where we have proponents. We will make Canada strong and protect ourselves from American tariffs. I encourage my Conservative colleagues to join us in building the strongest economy in the G7.
Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's energy sector and economy continues to be held back by Liberal anti-energy laws like the industrial carbon tax and Bill C-69, which blocks all new energy infrastructure. This is compounded by Justin Trudeau's energy production cap, which will kill 54,000 jobs and gut $20 billion from the Canadian economy. This new Prime Minister likes to market himself as the anti-Trudeau. Well, it's time for him to prove it. Will the Prime Minister repeal the industrial carbon tax, repeal C-69, and repeal the oil and gas production cap? Or is he just another Trudeau clone willing to let our energy sector die?
Great question.
Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Today, Canadians are facing threats to our way of life from both climate change and American tariffs. We are tackling these problems head-on by building clean energy projects that will fight climate change and make Canada the strongest economy in the G7. The industrial carbon price attracts new investment, creates jobs, and grows our economy. With innovation in carbon capture, we will build low-cost, low-risk, low-carbon superpower. I encourage my colleagues to join us in building a stronger Canada.
The member for Sudbury.
Monsieur le Président, Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, Sudbury, like Canada itself, has everything it needs to be an economic powerhouse. Sudbury has a skilled workforce, abundant natural resources, world-class research facilities too. Throughout the campaign, I heard from researchers, innovators, and business leaders who wanted to know how the federal government will help them navigate this period of uncertainty. Can the Minister of Industry inform the House how we will fight in order to protect and build a prosperous and resilient Canadian economy? The Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question, and I also thank her on her election in Sudbury and her hard work for the people of Sudbury. She is right that the American tariff war and trade war does cause a lot of uncertainty throughout Canada. That's why we're going to invest significantly to create jobs throughout the country, including in her riding of Sudbury and in Northern Ontario in general. We will attract investment from around the world. We will decrease our dependence on Americans. Canada is open for business.
Mr. Speaker, just hours before the May long weekend, Parks Canada blindsided my region by banning motorized boats on Clear Lake after confirming access a week earlier. There was no consultation or warning. Locals cared deeply about the lake, which is why the agency's one boat, one lake policy had broad support. But when asked what suddenly changed, Parks Canada refused to justify its damning decision that caused whiplash in the region. Will the minister reinstate the one boat, one lake policy that Parks Canada supported just weeks ago?
Great question.
Minister of Canadian Identity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, in that lake and in that region, we are facing a zebra mussel invasion, which we must intervene to control. Otherwise, it could spread in the region, in other water basin, and around that area, Mr. Speaker, which is why with Parks Canada, with local partners, with Indigenous partners who support what Parks Canada has been doing, we are trying to tackle this issue as rapidly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, that answer is unacceptable. The mismanagement by Parks Canada of Riding Mountain National Park is not new, and neither is the minister's refusal to act. He's been warned time and again that Parks Canada ongoing failures. No communication, no engagement, and no accountability. Every time Canadians raise the alarm, the minister insists things will improve. But nothing ever changes, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister finally take responsibility and replace the superintendent of Riding Mountain National Park to restore trust and confidence? That's right.
Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture.
Mr. Speaker, what the member opposite is saying is simply not true. And we have, in fact, been working with local authorities. Parks Canada provided funding to compensate some of the loss in revenues last year because of the closure. As we are trying to tackle this very important crisis, it is totally irresponsible for this member to somehow suggest that we should just let the zebra mussel spread all around Manitoba. Imagine the impacts for local drinking water, for commerce, for businesses all across the province. This is totally irresponsible, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, as fires burn across the prairies, I know I speak for everyone in this House that our hearts are with all of those who have been impacted and those who are working tirelessly to protect our communities. Now, in the wake of the Jasper fire, we learned about the devastating consequences of poor forest management that failed to clear swaths of dead forest. Experts are now sounding the alarm that communities in national parks like Banff face similar threats this summer. Can the government tell us what preparations, if any, have been undertaken by Parks Canada to protect communities from wildfire?
Director of Emergency Management and Community Resilience.
Mr. Speaker, I'm monitoring the wildlife situation around the clock, and I'm in close communication with my provincial counterparts. The Canadian Armed Forces are evacuating First Nations and others affected by the wildfires. Leaving your home under these circumstances is incredibly difficult, and our government will continue to support and protect all of those affected by wildfires. There's nothing more important than keeping Canadians safe.
Don Valley North.
Speaker, at the doors in Don Valley North, I heard from many constituents that access to affordable housing is one of their top concerns. I, like every member on this side, feel proud to stand with a government that has put forward the most ambitious housing plan this country has seen since the Second World War. Can the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure tell my constituents what they can look forward to seeing from this plan?
Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question and thank the voters in Don Valley North for electing her here to this House. We will get hundreds of thousands of new homes built, more affordable homes across Canada, and double the share of non-market affordable housing in this country by starting up Build Canada Homes, a new entity that will build affordable homes at scale across Canada, utilizing public land and even existing structures. We will be cutting municipal development charges, working with municipalities to bring down those costs as well, and much more.
Bravo.
Le député pour Mégantic-L'Érable, Lotbinière.
The member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Lotbinière. On July 6, 2013, the town of Mégantic, Lac Mégantic, experienced the worst railway tragedy in Canadian history. 47 people lost their lives. 4,344 days later, despite political commitments and several unanimous motions in this House, the citizens of Lac Mégantic are still waiting for work to begin on the rail bypass to get the train out of the town centre. Justin Trudeau declared to the people of Lac Mégantic on May 11, 2018, "We're going to get it done." When will the Minister of Transport come to Lac Mégantic to tell the people the truth and explain why trains are still running through our town centre? The Minister of Transport. Thank you for the question. This is a very serious matter. As newly appointed Minister of Transport, I would like to begin by expressing my most sincere sympathy to all those in Lac Mégantic who suffered enormously. This is a top priority for our government. This matter must be a priority for our government. In fact, it should be a priority for all members of Parliament. We will get it done.
Speaker, yesterday I tabled the first private member's bill in this Parliament, Bill C-201, which aims to bring mental health, addictions, and substance use services into our universal public health care system. The last Liberal government promised to ensure mental health is treated as a full and equal part of Canada's public health care system, but they failed to deliver. Untreated mental illness has enormous costs for families, communities, and our economy. Will this new government recognize that investing in mental health is good for all Canadians and support my bill?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank the constituents of Papineau who have given me the privilege to represent them here in this House. I would also like to thank the opposition member for his question. I would like to assure him that mental health is a priority for me. Canadians who need mental health services should know that the federal government will work closely with provinces and territories so that they can access these services. Thank you.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Saskatchewan and Manitoba burn, there's precious little content in the speech from the throne on how this government plans to approach the climate crisis. There's not a single reference to the Paris Agreement and our legally binding targets to cut emissions by at least 40% by 2030. November 2024, we were only 7% below 2005 levels. When will this government present a plan? So far, all they've done is cut the one measure that was working.
Hear, hear.
Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
As the members mentioned, there are wildfires raging across our country. It brings to the heart just how important climate change is and fighting climate change is for our strong, secure future for our country. I'm absolutely committed to working with provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples to make sure that we reduce our emissions, fight climate change, and keep Canadians safe.
That concludes question periods.
So, daily routine of business, tabling of documents, introduction of government bills, statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, first, this petition is a bit dated, but it is important and it is timely. This is straight from the petitioners, Mr. Speaker. They cite that they're personally moved by the heartbreaking violence that has claimed the lives of thousands of innocent people in Gaza and Palestine due to the...
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Noise for me to hear my neighbour present his petition.
Thank you for the point of order from the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Yes, there is quite a bit of noise. If ministers and members of Parliament have business to do, please take it outside the House so we can continue with petitions. For the member for Courtenay Alberni can finish tabling his petition.
Speaker, I'll just start from the top, Mr. Speaker. This petition, although it's dated, it is timely. The petitioners cite that they're personally moved by the heartbreaking violence that has claimed the lives of thousands of innocent people in Gaza and Palestine due to the Israel-Hamas war from October 23rd to December 24th. And they cite that across Gaza, more than 40,000 souls were lost, with approximately 70% being women and children. In the same period, they cite how many 1,706 Israelis were reported dead. The conflict has not spared the occupied West Bank either, they claim, where it has claimed that the lives of 479 Palestinians, including 116 children and 9 Israelis. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know these numbers are dated, but they ask that Canada take significant measures like they have in the past, impose a two-way embargo on arms between Canada and Israel, investigate whether Canadian weapons or weapon components have been used against Palestinian civilians in the occupied Palestinian territories, including during the current war on Gaza, review all military and security cooperation between Canada and Israel, and finally, close loopholes that will allow the unregulated and unreported transfer of military goods to Israel through the United States.
Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing today to present a petition initiated by the parents of a young man unfortunately killed by a drunk driver. The petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to amend the Jordan Rule to address critical gaps that risk undermining the principles of justice and fairness for victims of crime. They strongly ask that serious crimes, particularly those involving death, be excluded from the constraints of the Jordan Rule. These are the most severe violations of human rights and justice in cases involving a loss of life, and they must not be compromised by arbitrary time limits. And furthermore, they in particular ask for this amendment where the case of the accused is not being deprived of liberty, i.e. in custody. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present a petition from constituents and Canadians coast to coast. Certainly is an issue that came up on the doorsteps when I was campaigning. The petitioners ask that this government take seriously its commitments under the Paris Agreement to avoid the dangerous and even catastrophic levels of climate and global warming that will occur if we exceed the 1.5 degrees C global average temperature increase. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to take many steps. I'll summarize them by saying this, Mr. Speaker, to cut emissions dramatically, to ensure that we avoid the levels of climate crisis that will put human civilization itself in jeopardy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. I see the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I'm sure you'll permit me one burst of enthusiasm and congratulate the people of Edmonton, and we all Canadians join them in saying, "Go Oilers, go!" And Monsieur le Président,
And Mr. Speaker, I suggest that all questions be allowed to stand.
So agreed. I had a point of order from the member for Lanark-Frontenac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to subsection 49.8 sub 5 of the Parliament of Canada Act, I rise to discharge my obligations as the Chair of the Conservative Caucus and to inform you of the recorded votes of the first Conservative Caucus meeting, which took place on May 6, 2025. Division C.1 of the Act requires that 4 votes be taken at the first meeting of the caucus of every recognized caucus following a general election. The first vote establishes whether, for the remainder of that Parliament, members may only be expelled from the caucus by means of a majority vote among their colleagues. At its May 6 meeting, the Conservative Caucus voted in favour of adopting this provision. The second vote establishes whether a caucus will elect its own chair and retain the right to replace that chair with another, also by majority vote. The Conservative Caucus voted in favour of this as well. The third vote establishes whether a caucus will give itself the authority to conduct a leadership review vote, a power that the Liberals in the 44th Parliament may perhaps have regretted not adopting. At its May the 6th meeting, the Conservative Caucus voted in favour of this one also. The fourth vote establishes whether a caucus will, in preparation for the eventuality that an interim leader will be needed, give itself the authority to elect that interim leader. The Conservative Caucus also voted to adopt this authority. Section 49.8 sub 5 of the Act specifies, quote, "As soon as feasible after the outcome of the votes, the chair of the caucus shall inform the Speaker of the House of Commons of the outcome of each vote," end quote. I have now discharged this obligation. I encourage the chairs of the 2 other recognized caucuses to rise in the House as I have done, and in their respective reports to the Speaker to make it clear whether or not separate votes were held in each question as subsection 49.8 sub 2 of the law explicitly requires. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the point of order for discharging his duties as the National Caucus Chair for the Conservatives. I
wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
That the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, resuming debate on the address and reply to the speech from the throne and on the amendment of Mr. Scheer.
So before statements began in question period, the member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill had 5 minutes and 45 seconds. I invite him to continue. Resuming debate.
Mr. Speaker, while there are some measures outlined in the throne speech that could be seen as steps in the right direction, the government's agenda is clearly lacking and short on measurable actions that can produce meaningful and positive outcomes for Canadians. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the throne speech is a blueprint intended to signal the direction and the focus of an incoming government. It is up to this place, the House of Commons, and all of us elected parliamentarians to review government programming with the objective of ensuring transparency and economic viability. Let's start with the need for a budget. Households have budgets, small businesses have budgets, corporations have budgets, charities have budgets. People routinely create a yearly budget as a prudent standard practice. The Liberal government's decision to not table a budget at this critical juncture for our country can best be described as irresponsible, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister touted his banking and business background as qualifying attributes for the office that he now holds. Can you imagine the response a Canadian would get if he or she were to approach their financial institution and applied for a loan with a caveat that they would provide their financial records and a budget 6 months after they receive the money? I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister, his cabinet, and the Liberal caucus would do well to respect Parliament and present a budget before they leave on vacation. They should not be afraid of vigorous, insightful, and inspiring debate. I want to touch base on some issues that are important to my community and that were shared with me while campaigning, Mr. Speaker. Nestled in the heart of the GTA, the beautiful municipalities of Aurora and Richmond Hill have been fraught with crime. Record auto thefts, home invasions, violent smash and grab robberies are far too prevalent. The Liberal catch and release agenda has frustrated law enforcement agencies across the country. Even more glaring is the omission of investing further in the Canada Border and Service Agency to provide them with the tools to catch and stop the influx of illegal drugs and guns into our country. Again, law enforcement agencies from coast to coast to coast have repeatedly told us that the majority of the confiscated weapons used in violent crimes in our communities have illegally entered into our country. The Liberal government needs to get serious about crime and drugs ravaging our communities. Repealing Bill C-75, which gave high priority to releasing repeat violent offenders back into our communities and avoiding jail time, would be a good start, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve to feel safe in their communities, and sadly, this Liberal government is showing us once again that it will continue to take half measures and that are weak on crime. Speaking of half measures, the Liberals have now tabled a Ways and Means motion proposing 3 modest tax measures. But it doesn't go nearly far enough. The income tax cut, if one can even call it that, in practice won't even cover a cup of coffee a week. The industrial carbon tax will continue to make life more expensive for businesses and consumers. That remains. Residents in Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill deserve better. We need a bigger tax cut, Mr. Speaker, that will make a real difference for their families. The carbon tax, the entire carbon tax, must entirely be repealed so industry can excel and residents can afford to live. One of the saddest conversations I had at the doorsteps was a lady who confided the following, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "Sir, I am not a political person. I am a widow in my 80s. My husband and I bought this home, a modest bungalow, and we grew our family here. I worked all my life. I paid my taxes, and I am now on a modest fixed pension. But unfortunately, I cannot afford to eat the same way I was eating 3 years ago. So I'm eating less, and I'm eating different things because I want to continue living in my home." I would ask through you, Mr. Speaker, that members of this House reflect on the gravity of that statement. Young people are being saddled with an ever-growing national debt. Youth unemployment is once again on the rise. The Liberal policies have left them with little hope for their future, and the idea of achieving home ownership is but a dream. In closing, Mr. Speaker, there is much work to do. We can all do better. This government can start by doing a lot better than they have been doing over the last 10 years. I would like to thank my wife, Gail, my pillar of strength for the past 45 years, my children, Michael and Alicia, and my extended family for their love and support. Being here in Canada's Parliament is indeed a huge honor, and one that I will cherish every day as I walk into this historic chamber, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my friend across the way. You know, Pierre Poilievre was the parliamentary secretary at one time to Stephen Harper. And when Stephen Harper was elected Prime Minister, it was back in February the 6th, Mr. Speaker, back in 2006. You wouldn't believe how long it took him to present a budget. That wasn't presented until May, Mr. Speaker, of that year. Now, we just had a Prime Minister elected on April the 28th. And we have the Conservatives taking the direction from their leader, Mr. Speaker, saying that we have to have a budget, when in fact the current Prime Minister has been Prime Minister since the election of April 28. My question is, does he believe that might be a bit of a double standard that's being applied? Because Stephen Harper was given far more grace than the current Prime Minister, yet look what we have to overcome yet.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend opposite for his question. Mr. Speaker, the current Prime Minister has touted his background as a businessman and as a banker as credentials for the office that he currently holds. He would never loan money to somebody if they didn't present their financial picture. They would never loan money to a business if they didn't present a budget. He is now asking this Parliament today, it's 2025, I would remind my honourable member opposite, to give him a blank check of $500 billion. And then he'll tell us what he's done with that money 6 months down the road. I think it's my responsibility as our parliamentarian, and of all parliamentarians, to have an opportunity to review that budget and every dollar that is spent, because it's not our money, it's taxpayer money, to review every dollar so that we can have a say, we can have input.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de.
The honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Laine-Listigouche. Thank you very much. I'd like to give my colleague an opportunity to tell this House why, in his opinion, the Liberal government is not tabling a budget at such an important time in our history.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I wish I knew the answer as to why. One can only surmise that there are things they don't want us to know. Transparency is an attribute that one cannot attach to the Liberal government. We've seen over the last 10 years, in fact, just in the last Parliament, that Parliament was shut down for a number of months because they refused to provide information that parliamentarians were entitled to, that Canadians were entitled to. So by not producing a budget, they're raising a big question mark as to the integrity of what they're intending to do with Canadian money. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back to the member from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. It's nice to see him. I note with pleasure that the member from Winnipeg North is also reminiscing about his time served in this House during the Harper government. And I recognize that the member who just gave his speech also served during that time. I'm wondering if he could share with us some of his fond reminiscences from that time.
Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to thank my learned friend for the excellent question. Mr. Speaker, it was a time, certainly in the Harper government, that I was extremely proud to be a part of. It was a time when we were completely transparent, where ministers presented their bills, where budgets were presented on time, and where there was accountability. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that our Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, was never called under the carpet by the Ethics Commissioner, something that the Liberal Prime Minister was quite challenged. If I'm not mistaken, it was 2 or 3 times that he had to present himself and was found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner of violations of the rules and regulations of this country. So I'm proud to say that I served in this House with, in my opinion, one of the best Prime Ministers to have ever served this Parliament. Thank you.
A very brief question, the member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Well, in my writing, the current Prime Minister's predecessor helped fund various housing projects in my writing, whereas the leader of the Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre, was opposed to that. So what would my colleague say to that?
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, I see that the member is young. It's unfortunate that the government has created a situation where home ownership is very difficult for young people, and certainly, Mr. Speaker, paying $56 billion a year in interest is not going to provide an opportunity.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for York-Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise in this House for my maiden speech, and I wish to begin by saying I rise with equal parts pride, equal parts trepidation, and a little bit of childlike wonder. And I hope all three of those continue in my career here in Parliament. I want to begin by thanking several people who have been instrumental in getting me to this place. First, I want to start with my beautiful wife, Megan. She is unfortunately not here with me today because she is serving a shift in the palliative care unit at St. Mike's Hospital right now, watching from the screens there. Without her help and support and her love and guidance, I would not be in this seat, Mr. Speaker. I think all parliamentarians know that this is a team sport, and your spouse is the #1 fan on your team and #1 contributor. I like to say that there's only one person who knocked on more doors than I did during the campaign, and that's my wife. And in this campaign especially, she had to work extra hard doing that because she is pregnant right now, Mr. Speaker. And I have been learning as a new member that we have parliamentary privilege and immunities for what we say in this House. So I was thinking about disclosing the gender of our future baby, but I thought even those parliamentary privileges will not protect me if I do that without her permission. I also want to thank my parents, David and Nan Mantle, who are watching at home tonight, this afternoon. They have taught me everything I know and instilled in me many, many things, but I think the most important thing that they have instilled in me is to do the right thing, to do the fair thing, to do the just thing, to do the honest thing, even if it's going to cost you. And that's my commitment to this House, to my members opposite, and to my colleagues here in the Conservative Party, that I will do that. I also want to thank all of the communities of York-Durham for putting their trust in me, the people of Brock Township, the people of Uxbridge, my hometown, who I served on council with about 15 years ago, the people of Port Perry in Scugog Township, where I spent summers on Lake Caesarea learning how to wakeboard and ski, to the people of Georgina, who welcomed me with open arms, and to the people of Witchard-Stovall, the parts that I know very well, playing baseball in Ballantrae and Vandorf. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank 2 proud First Nations in my communities, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island, who I've not had a chance yet to meet with the chief, but I look forward to doing that soon, and the Chippewas of Georgina Island, who welcomed me to visit the Georgina Island during the campaign. And I want to share a little bit of that experience, Mr. Speaker, because as the member for New Tecumseh-Gwillimbury will know and has visited often, you can't get there. You have to take a boat, Mr. Speaker, a ferry. And that ferry, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't run on hopes and dreams. It doesn't run on unicorns or rainbows, Mr. Speaker. It runs on diesel fuel. Diesel fuel that was made more expensive by the carbon tax for years by this Liberal government. And I join my other honourable members here in demanding that this government refund that carbon tax to the First Nation. Mr. Speaker, the people and the communities that I mentioned are how I got here, but they're not the full answer for why I fought to be here and why the people of York-Durham have sent me here. I think there are at least 3 reasons that the people sent me here, Mr. Speaker. First, homes. The people sent me here because there is a sense among my generation that they will never get ahead, that no matter how hard they work, how much they save, how diligent they budget, let me just say that again for my colleagues on the other side, Mr. Speaker, how diligent they budget, we're still waiting for that from the other side, they will never own a home. And the dream of home ownership slipping away is creating depression and dejection amongst my generation. I want to share two stories from that, Mr. Speaker. One from a working couple in Uxbridge whose door I knocked on. Both had jobs, both had well-paying jobs, and they had a young family. And they said, you know, we're doing okay, but we are just scraping by. I don't know what else we could be doing. We both work full jobs and try to manage our family. Second, Mr. Speaker, I received a message just earlier this week from a fellow millennial like myself who lives in Keswick. And she is being evicted from her home and lamented to me that she has nowhere to go. And she said to me, you know, I shouldn't have to leave the town that I grew up in because we can't get enough homes that are affordable, built for someone like me who earns a good salary. I agree, Mr. Speaker. The government's throne speech talks about building homes. It says that a new government agency will save us, that prefabricated and modular homes are the answer. I refuse to live in a shipping container, Mr. Speaker. I refuse to live in a communist-style tenement built by Brookfield Homes.
Hear, hear.
I demand for my generation the same opportunities that my parents had before me. Mr. Speaker, the second reason I think people sent me here is crime. Crime on our streets, in our neighborhoods. People feel unsafe. My residents don't want to have to be told to park your car in the garage or purchase military-style bollards so that their car doesn't get stolen. And my residents want drugs and gangs off their streets. Just this week in Georgina, Mr. Speaker, the York Regional Police busted a drug ring through Project Madriga. And I want to thank the York Regional Police for their diligent work there in getting fentanyl, cocaine, meth, and opioids and illegal firearms off the streets. The speech from the throne says the government will bring forward a renewed focus on this issue by making bail harder to get. I hope they do, Mr. Speaker, and we will be watching. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the people sent me here because Canada is in economic decline. They are worried about our relationship with the United States and Canada's place in the world. And the data on this is not really in dispute. Growth is anemic, purchasing power is down, Canadians are poorer than they were before. And the antidote, Mr. Speaker, at least in my estimation, is pretty straightforward. Remove taxes, remove the laws, remove the regulations that stand in the way of Canadians making a better life for themselves. And on trade, Mr. Speaker, this is something I hope to contribute to positively. It's something I know pretty well, having spent nearly 10 years practicing international trade with some of the best in the business. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my former partners, Matthew Crombie and Jesse Goldman at Osler, for teaching me everything I know. And my offer to the government on this is, I will be a resource for you. If you want to know what we're thinking on these issues, let's talk. Mr. Speaker, Canada's place in the world has been diminished because our armed forces lack the tools they need. The government says it will rebuild and rearm the Canadian forces, and I hope that's true, but we will see. My family has a proud military tradition. My grandfather served the Royal Canadian Air Force, attached to the RAF as a navigator during the Second World War, including on D-Day. That tradition has been continued by my brother, who is a current serving member. And I want to share my experience in visiting him on a public event at his base. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, while all the people on that base were excellent, professionals, well-trained, this government has failed to equip them properly, Mr. Speaker. As I walked into the hangar, water fell from the ceiling into a garbage can because the roof was leaking. As we waited for rides in a military aircraft, we had to wait longer, Mr. Speaker, because it broke down. While the military was prepared, even the spare broke down, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, rides in the military vehicles had to stop because it blew a gasket and spread oil all over the parking lot. The state of the tools that we give our men and women in armed forces is unacceptable, and that is something I will continue to raise in this House. Mr. Speaker, I point out these things not just because we are in opposition, but because we want things to get better. Our message is fundamentally hopeful. I am here because I'm hopeful for Canada's future, and if the government moves to address these and other issues, they will have my support. Mr. Speaker, I will end by asking for wisdom from heaven for this place and for all members in this House, because it is wisdom from heaven that is first of all pure, then peace-loving, confident, considerate, submissive, full of mercy and good fruit, impartial and sincere. Mr. Speaker, we are servants of the people, and no servant is greater than their master, and no messenger is greater than the one that sent them. And I pray that all members remember that in this House. God bless each member in this House, Mr. Speaker, and God bless Canada.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really took an interest when the members started to talk about the issue of crime and automobile theft. You know, in the province of Manitoba, back in around that 2005, 6, 7 era, we had the highest automobile theft in the country, by far. No province even came close to the province of Manitoba on a per capita basis. In fact, you could virtually double the number of vehicles that were being stolen. And what resolved the problem, it wasn't just Ottawa. It was the Manitoba Public Insurance, it was the provincial government, it was other stakeholders that actually came together, much like what happened recently last year in Ontario. And we have seen numbers go down. The question I have for the member is, would he not recognize that on that particular issue, it's not just the federal government. In fact, many would argue in the province of Manitoba, it was the provincial and MPI that made the difference. That it's not just one level of government that resolves that particular problem. Would he not agree?
Yeah, I'm a member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the member brought up cooperation. We are in a minority parliament, and I hope that the government will work to cooperate with us on issues that matter to Canadians. Crime is one of them, Mr. Speaker. And I hope on that issue we can collaborate on bail reform, because we know the people who are stealing cars, trafficking drugs, trafficking firearms are going through a revolving door of bail. And he talked about cooperation. Well, the province of Ontario has asked and demanded for bail reform, and this government has refused to give it. So where's the cooperation?
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauharnois. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. In the previous Parliament, the House adopted Bill C-21, one of whose goals was to control the use of weapons. But since that legislation was adopted, we've been waiting for regulation. And the government was supposed to introduce that regulation. Is my colleague concerned about safety under these circumstances? Does he find it troubling that the regulations for such an important piece of legislation have not yet been introduced?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question, and I apologize that I must answer in English, but I commit to the House to learn as much French as quickly as I can, as fast as possible. Mr. Speaker, on this issue, what I'm concerned about is the government's lack of priorities. They are focused on attacking law-abiding firearms owners instead of going after criminals and the criminal trafficking of guns across the border. I hope that this government focuses on that priority rather than law-abiding firearms owners.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. First off, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his being elected to this august chamber. Secondly, I'd like to thank him for his family service in our Canadian Armed Forces, in particular his brother that's still serving. My question is about housing. I'm just wondering if he's heard from any of the affordable housing organizations in his riding. I've just got emails from a community living project that was getting funding from CMHC that's now being told, despite Parliament having been prorogued and then dissolved in a new Parliament, that apparently all the money's spent already, despite this government announcing billions and billions of more deficit spending, and they're being told, sorry, wait out. So if housing's such a priority, I'm just wondering if he's hearing the same concerns about affordable housing projects in his community.
I'm a member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I am hearing the same thing, and I think, Mr. Speaker, it's important in my riding to recognize that we are both urban and rural, and sometimes people think that homelessness and lack of housing is not a rural issue, Mr. Speaker, but it is. There are homeless people in rural ridings, and they have even fewer places to go, Mr. Speaker. And so I hope that this government is true and will do something on it. But I hope, Mr. Speaker, that it's something that will give people a dream of home ownership, not a dream that can't be attained.
Questions and comments? Very brief, Madawaska Restigouche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his election. he spoke of his family. On this side, we're taking concrete action to make lives easier for families, including a tax cut. We also want to support programs like dental care and pharmacare, among others. These are programs the Conservatives are opposed to.
Durham.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always support tax cuts. Even if they don't go far enough and don't give enough relief, Mr. Speaker. And I invite the member to come to my riding and walk down streets with me and see how tough it is. So I applaud them for the tax cut. Let's see more of it.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, Listigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Don Valley North. Mr. Speaker, in reply to the speech from the throne, a few words, if you'll allow, about the messenger. In 1755, in Nova Scotia, instructions from the King of England were read by Lieutenant Colonel John Winslow in English to the 418 men and boys who had been summoned to hear this royal proclamation of deportation, which read as follows: all of your property and livestock is confiscated from you to be given to the Crown. All of your property is to be forfeited to the Crown. You must be transported outside this province. His Majesty's orders are that all French-speaking residents of this district must be deported. Next, soldiers gathered terrified French-speaking citizens, burned their homes and their culture, and deported them. They were deported on 17 ships requisitioned for the occasion, especially toward New England, France, Louisiana, and England. There were 13,500 Acadians. Over 12,600 are estimated to have been deported. Others managed to reach Quebec. Acadia remained French. I live in Gaspésie, where many villages were founded by exiled Acadians. According to historians, approximately half of those 12,000 some deported died after deportation from poverty, malnutrition, hunger, or drowning. On February 15th, 1839, at 9 in the morning, 5 patriots were hung at the Pied du Courant prison in Montreal. 99 patriots were sentenced to death. 12 in total were hung. The rest were condemned to forced labor in Australia. The Patriots movement called for democracy. The Patriots wanted elected representatives to make decisions rather than to have decisions made by the King of England. They called for and fought for a responsible government, but they were seriously repressed by the British Crown. During the 4 years after the Patriots' Rebellion, rights were seriously suppressed. This reminder of our history might remind this House why the King reading the speech from the throne does not make me or my fellow citizens from my area happy. We're not enthusiastic about it. We remember our history. We remember the past. Quebecers remember. That's why 87% of Quebecers who answered a survey say that they do not support ties with the British monarchy. A majority of Quebecers, 52% in fact, would vote to put an end to the monarchy, to our ties with it, and to create a republic. This may be why this week the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously passed a motion to cut all ties with the monarchy. In short, Quebecers take issue with the messenger of the speech from the throne. Quebec wants independence. We want the nation of Quebec to have full power and full authority to determine its future and to choose its own symbols and messages. In the meantime, during this session, the Bloc Québécois will table a bill which would make it such that elected members of parliament are not required to swear an oath to the king. If our bill were to pass, in fact, already there is the ability to swear an oath of office. We want there to be the ability to swear an oath of office as another option. We hope that colleagues will support our bill and recognize it as legitimate. Now, I'll say something positive about the speech from the throne, then I'll express what disappointed me in it. First, I was happy to hear the government say that they will protect supply management. That's very important for our eggs, dairy, and poultry farmers. In my riding, supply managed farmers are those who are doing the best during the current income crisis in agriculture, because supply management guarantees them a stable income. When CUSMA was renegotiated, the United States tried to get, we know that they will try to get more concessions in those three supply managed sectors. That's why the Bloc Québécois wants the Liberal government to promise not to grant any more concessions in these three sectors. We hope that the Liberal government will support legislation to that effect to truly protect supply management. Now I'll move on to what disappointed me in the speech. I feel that the speech lacked substance when it comes to what they call building the strongest economy in the G7. There was a lot of talk about eliminating trade barriers, but there was little mention of trade diversification. In Les Îles de la Madeleine, the majority of seafood products are exported to the United States. We need to diversify our export markets as well. We need to be less dependent on the American market, given the level of instability that comes with trading with them. We need to finance trade missions for the fisheries sector abroad. The federal government must support fisheries with funding for several years so that the fisheries industry can grow over the next few years. I was also disappointed that there was no mention of the forestry sector. The United States Department of Commerce announced in March that it wanted to triple duties on Canadian lumber, which would bring taxes up to a total of 27%. Canadian softwood lumber is already subjected to 14.4% taxes when exported to the United States, and the new tariffs could be in effect as of August. If these tariffs are applied, they will have a significant consequences for Quebec's forestry industry, because over half of our wood is exported to the United States. We must support our forestry and lumber businesses. During the campaign, I pledged to support them through the crisis to come and to work toward programs which are custom-made to fit the needs and reality of Quebec's lumber businesses. We need to diversify our export markets, and we also need to develop our Canadian domestic market. Federal government contracts with Quebec softwood lumber could also open up some opportunities. My next point about the speech from the throne: where's the infrastructure spending? To build a strong, robust economy, we need strong, robust infrastructure. I'd like to complete the speech from the throne, if I may, with two solid suggestions which would help my region. First, if the federal government would like to build the strongest economy in the G7, they should start by building an adequate rail system throughout the country. The Gaspésie rail system will be open at the latest in September 2025, but Via Rail refuses to resume service to Matapédia-Carlaï even though serving the regions is part of the mandate in terms of reference of Via Rail. There was a federal funding of over $400 billion in 2024 for Via Rail so that they could use that funding to serve regions. When Via Rail first suspended service to our rail, they said that it was no longer safe. I asked the federal government to get Via Rail to change course and resume passenger service in my riding, because that train service is essential to people in my riding to be able to travel outside their area, and it would increase productivity in my riding. My second suggestion, if we want adequate infrastructure, then we need to extend the road from the airport to Île-de-la-Madeleine. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome my honourable colleague, the member for Gaspésie, Île-de-Madeleine. And Mr. Speaker, his riding has quite a bit in common with my riding and many ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador. But with regards to the speech from the throne, the Prime Minister reiterated his commitment to 30 by 30. So, you know, right now, 14% of Canada's oceans are considered to be protected areas. Iceland has 2% protected, Norway has 1% protected, with no plans to go further with that. But the Prime Minister's lofty intentions are to increase the marine protected areas to 30% of the ocean. I wonder what my honourable colleague thinks of that and what impact it could have on the fishing economy in his riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Lissigouche. I thank my colleague for his question. When it comes to fisheries, the Bloc Québécois is worried about oil drilling offshore that the Liberal federal government wants to approve. That would disturb marine wildlife, and we're worried about that. As for coastal fishing, we want to defend that model. Fishing done by family fishing businesses, sustainable fishing, where we do not overfish as large ships have done all too often in recent history. The honourable member for Côte-Nord.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais...
Côte-Nord, Kawashinak, Nitassinan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the colleague from Gaspésie, les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listigouche. His riding is beside mine. We're only separated by the estuary of the Gulf of the St. Lawrence. Our ridings have a lot in common. He mentioned fisheries, the forest. We also, forestry industries, we also have a lot of tourism in common. He mentioned glaring omissions in the speech from the throne when it comes to infrastructure. Also, there was a lack of mention of all the things that we need to be on a level playing field with larger urban centers. Can my colleague speak to diversification not only of export markets, but just economic diversification? Does he feel that that was also missing from the speech from the throne? The honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listigouche. I thank my colleague for her question. Indeed, we must not only diversify our export markets, but also diversify our economic activity. In the fisheries sector, we need to diversify the types of products that we are selling. Currently, we are trying to diversify, but it's going very slowly, and we need to support it. For instance, we're trying to expand our redfish market, but it's going very slowly. We need to help diversify not only our economic activity, but also the types of products. The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I congratulate my colleague on his election. His riding is a neighbouring riding to mine. The speech from the throne commits to giving people fresh, healthy products from Canadian producers. We are going to protect the agri-food industry. We've also committed to protect supply management. Supply management is also important in my riding, incredibly important to the economy in my riding. So I'd like to take this occasion to guarantee my colleague that we have a plan and we will protect food security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listigouche. If the Liberal government truly wants to take action, we've given them the perfect opportunity to do so by supporting our bill. It's one thing to say you want to protect supply management and then give away market shares. That was the case with CUSMA renegotiation. And compensation is still awaited. We hope that the Liberal government will support our bill in order to protect these critical sectors in Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to stand in this House today, and I'd like to join my colleagues who have gone before me in congratulating you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to your guidance in this House. I want to also congratulate all of my colleagues on their elections and re-elections. I look forward to working hard with all members on all sides of the House to do good by Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I am humbled and honored to serve here, and I want to thank the people of Don Valley North for trusting me to be their representative in the House of Commons. I will never take it for granted. I will continue to listen to the views of my constituents and bring their ideas into the decision-making in this House as we confront the great problems that challenge us today. Mr. Speaker, Don Valley North is one of 7 federal ridings of the former City of North York, now part of City of Toronto. We're known as the city with heart, but this riding holds a winding heart. The East Don River carves its way through quiet ravines where deer cross paths with morning joggers, where the chorus of birdsong competes with the hum of a subway line. Don Valley North has got world-class medical professionals, successful businesses, and a wonderful population with a great sense of humor. My riding is a vibrant and welcoming community. The people are innovative and hardworking, and understand that if our neighbors do well, we all do well. That's why I'm proud of the commitment in the Throne speech to make life more affordable for Canadians by cutting taxes and to build the strongest economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, I am by nature an optimistic person. I am, after all, a Maple Leafs fan. I am optimistic that we will listen to Canadians to improve our country so everyone that seeks a better tomorrow for themselves and for their communities can use their skills and contribute fully to our economy. Mr. Speaker, young people from all over Canada come here on class trips and watch question period, and they're told this is politics. But politics for me is what happens when we come to a consensus and make decisions. Collectively, we shape the rules and we have an opportunity to improve things, to find new and better ways of responding to the needs of our electorate. We all have a shared responsibility to show Canadians that politics can be an instrument of good. Mr. Speaker, the people of Don Valley North are proud Canadians who wants to keep Canada strong and free. They know it's a privilege to be a Canadian, not only because we look after each other with universal social programs, or even because we produce the world's best lobsters. It is also a good place to achieve your ambitions. My standing here proves the strength of Canadian values. However, while I think Canada is paradise and there's no better place in the world to live, we know we can do better. The people of Don Valley North and Canadians across the country strive for excellence, and we build on our past successes to reach even greater heights. Mr. Speaker, as you know, elections are only a small part of that brings you to this place. I want to thank my family. My parents have always stood by my side, and I acknowledge my mom and dad who gave up everything to start from scratch in a new country. I admire their grit for making a go of it. They've always encouraged me to dream bigger, and I wouldn't be here without their sacrifice and belief in me. And to my dear partner, Who could have imagined all those years ago at City Hall that this is where we would end up? You've walked every step of this journey with me, always lifting me up and reminding me of what's possible. Your love and encouragement have meant the world. To my campaign team that did the heart yards day in and day out, to the EDA, to all my friends and volunteers, thank you for your tenacity, good humor, and kindness. Without you, I wouldn't be standing here representing one of the finest riding in Canada for the Liberal Party. And for as long as I have the privilege of serving here, I will work every day to leave the place better than I found it. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentary. Now, member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to our honourable colleague. I congratulate her on her maiden speech. Mr. Speaker, 2,500 words. That's the entirety of the speech from the throne. Yet it made no mention of the over 50,000 Canadians that died by overdose since 2016. Made no mention of the fact that our country is gripped in an overdose and opioid crisis. Made no mention that my province of British Columbia, the leading cause of death for youth aged 10 to 18 is overdose. Not one mention of the opioid crisis. Mr. Speaker, through you, I ask our honourable colleague to comment on that.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. It's an important topic, and our government, our new government, with the new Prime Minister, is committed and working across the aisle, across the country, to tackle this important issue, and I look forward to working together as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can sympathize in regards to the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Winnipeg Jets, they did well this year. They were #1 in the NHL, but it fell a little short for the Stanley Cup, and I think there's a lot of people that continue the dream with the Toronto Maple Leafs. But my question is more so in regards to the Prime Minister. One of the very first initiatives that the Prime Minister had taken was to actually give Canadians a tax break. I know understanding and taking actions to deal with the issue of affordability is important no matter where you look in Canada. And I'm wondering if my friend and colleague just provide her thoughts on the importance of making that initial tax break to Canadians in hopes that maybe we'll get unanimous support for it, hopefully.
Member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for this very important question. Absolutely, throughout the campaign, this is one of the top issues I've heard on the campaign trail. And young people, young families, they are concerned. They're concerned about affordable housing, their affordable and affordability of their everyday lives. But I can also tell you they are hopeful. After seeing our government's plan on cutting taxes for middle-class families, building more affordable housing, and eliminating GST for first-time home buyers, they are hopeful, and they see that we are one of the only parties putting forward a concrete plan to help the families across Canada and helping young people to have access to affordable housing. And at the same time, we are also strengthening our economy. We're building one of the strongest economy in the G7. And I look forward to working with my honourable colleague and everybody in this House to make sure that happens, and we're starting on day one. Thank you.
The honourable member for Côte-Nord, Kawikashi-Kawash-Nasikana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for their speech, and I'd like to ask a question about the budget, because she talked about a plan and spending and the future, but at the same time, we don't have any idea what the budget would include. So when we make plans and spending, we don't even know what the means we have. So in my personal life, it wouldn't work like that, and I think in hers it wouldn't either. So how can she explain that her government is spending before it even knows how much money it has to spend?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleagues for this excellent question. I am proud to stand with the government with a concrete plan, and throughout the campaign, I can tell you people are excited to see a concrete plan to cut taxes for the middle class, to eliminate GST for first-time home buyers, and as well as breaking down interprovincial trade. And we've gotten to work on day one. We've had conversations with provinces, we've had conversations across the table with stakeholders, and I'm confident that we can deliver for Canadians. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
me Okaktitiye, and I congratulate you on your role as Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the member on her election. As the MP for Nunavut, I hear on a daily basis the issues of the cost of living. Just as an example, a package of 4 corn on the cob is $15 in the community of Pangnaktuk. That's how drastic it is. That's how unaffordable it is. And I wonder if the member agrees that to address the cost of living crisis, there needs to be an increase in investments like airports and marine ports in Nunavut.
Member for Don Valley North with a brief answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member, and I congratulate her on her election as well. I very much share the concern on the cost of living and affordability, and throughout the campaign I've heard many folks sharing their stories and sharing their concerns on affordability issues. And the tariff from America, it doesn't help with that, and we need to tackle that head on. And our government has...
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Richmond Centre Marpole.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this chamber for the first time with deep humility and a profound sense of responsibility. It's an honor beyond words to represent the people of Richmond Centre Marpole, a community I've called home for over 3 decades, a place that has given me opportunity, belonging, and purpose. First, I thank the residents of my riding for placing your trust in me. You have given me the privilege of being your voice in the Parliament of Canada, and I will carry that responsibility with integrity, determination, and a strong commitment to your values. To my campaign team, Alice Wong, Luhan Yao, Sambia Chen, Thomas Leung, Kenny Chiu, Erica Ng, Terence Lam, Bathia Yan, Alice Y.F. Wong, Mei Zhu, and many others. Thank you for your tireless work, your belief in our cause, and the sacrifice you made. You are the reason I'm standing here today. To my dear wife, Christine, thank you for your unwavering support. We've walked this journey together from uncertainty to surface. And to our son, Micah, a Richmond firefighter and Army cadet officer, thank you for your strength, your values, and your service to the community. Let me share a little about myself. I came to Canada in 1988 from Hong Kong as a first-generation immigrant with no family here and little more than determination. Canada welcomed me, gave my wife and me a chance to build a life through hard work, resilience, and community. To give back, I served in local government for over 25 years, as a school trustee and then as a city councillor. That experience taught me that leadership starts at the grassroots, by listening, solving problems, and staying grounded in service. Today, I enter federal office with the same mindset to ensure Canada remains a land of opportunity, not just for people like me, but for future generations and for new immigrants arriving with dreams like mine. Let me tell you about Richmond, one of Canada's most dynamic cities and a true jewel of the West Coast. It's the fastest growing city in British Columbia and a vital gateway to the Indo-Pacific. We are home to the Vancouver International Airport, the second busiest in Canada, a major deep-sea port and the largest commercial fishing harbor in the country. Richmond is not just a local hub, it's a center of global trade, innovation, and investment. We are also the most culturally diverse city in Canada. Over 60% of our residents were born outside the country, and more than 120 languages are spoken. Richmond is a mosaic of the world, yet a community deeply united by shared values. We have 1.4 jobs for every working-age resident, the longest life expectancy in Canada, and have been named the most active city in BC. Richmond is a Canadian success story, and we are proud of it. But I stand here today not only to speak about our success. I rise to sound the alarm on a national emergency that is devastating families across the country, the drug crisis. Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to the speech from the throne. I was disappointed and frankly alarmed that this crisis was barely acknowledged. Just 18 words were offered on a tragedy that has claimed 50,000 lives in the past decade. Let me say that again, 50,000 Canadians dead from overdoses since 2015, more than all the Canadian soldiers who died in the Second World War. Yet the government continues to downplay it. The Prime Minister even said on the campaign trail that Canada is facing a challenge, not a crisis. He is dead wrong. This is not just a public health issue, it's a national emergency, and it is deepening. For the past decade, we have seen a steady expansion of failed policies, from supervised consumption sites to taxpayer-funded safe supply, and most recently, drug decriminalization in British Columbia. These were presented as compassionate solutions. In reality, they've led to more deaths, more chaos, and more despair. A 2025 study published in the Journal of American Medical Associations, authored by researchers from Memorial University, the University of Manitoba, and Johns Hopkins, found that opioid overdose hospitalizations increased significantly in areas where safe supply and decriminalizations were introduced. The conclusion was clear. More drugs do not mean less harm. This is a dangerous myth, and our young people are paying the price. In British Columbia, overdose is now the leading cause of death for youth aged 10 to 18. In April, a 15-year-old boy died in Campbell River. In February, a 14-year-old girl died alone at home in Surrey. In July 2024, a 13-year-old girl in Prince George lost her life to overdose. These were not just tragic headlines. These are children. These are dreams lost, families shattered, futures stolen. And yet, this government clings to the policies that normalized addiction. Terms like safe consumption and recreational use are misleading. There's nothing safe or recreational about consuming poison. We must shift the conversation from enabling addiction to promoting recovery. That means investing in prevention, education, mental health, treatment, and enforcement. So I ask again, when will this government put an end to its reckless drug policy and failed decriminalization experiments? Let's look at Richmond. In 2023, Richmond recorded 27 overdose deaths, only 1% of the provincial total. That was not by accident. We have no cannabis retail stores. In February 2024, our community came together to oppose the installation of a supervised injection site, and we succeeded. Residents stood up for their families, and I stood with them. We believe in real solutions, not slogans. We support recovery, not surrender. We focus on education, community services, law enforcement, and mental health. That's the approach I will continue to champion in this parliament. Mr. Speaker, I came to Canada with a suitcase and a heart full of hope. I was given the chance, and I want to ensure that others have the same opportunity to build, not be broken by the very system that meant to protect them. The crisis is not about ideologies, it's about saving life. Let's stand together across party lines to act with urgency and seriousness. The future of our youth, our families, and our communities depends on it. To my constituents in Richmond, Santa Marble, thank you again for your trust. I will work every day to be worthy of it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I appreciate the last gesture that the member opposite has put on the record in terms of wanting to work cooperatively. And I think that Canadians in all regions of the country would acknowledge that one of the biggest concerns that came out of the election has got to be President Donald Trump, tariffs and trade. Very much concerned about it. And the Conservative Party can play a positive role on that. We are going to see a number of initiatives coming in the coming weeks that's going to be of critical importance to Canadians, whether it's the tax break, whether it's building the one economy. And I'm wondering if he would commit himself to recognizing that and supporting legislative measures that will, in fact, make Canada stronger and healthier and deliver tax dollars to his constituents.
Member for Richmond Centre Marpole.
I find it absurd that the honourable member compared the tariffs to the drug crisis. The drug crisis is not created by Trump or the tariffs. It's created by the wrong policies adopted by the Liberal government in the past decade. So it's nothing to do with Trump. It's the wrong approach being adopted by the Liberal government in the past decade.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague from Richmond Centre Marpole for his election. I was very familiar with his work as a city councillor, and I reported on it in my former career as a journalist. And I want to thank him for his advocacy on putting forward what was a very unpopular position with the Liberals, but a very popular position among ordinary Canadians. And the Liberals have said, Mr. Speaker, that the answer to the drug crisis is to give people more drugs, to give free drugs. And I was wondering if the member could speak to the experiences he's seen in his own community about what that has done to people that are actually struggling with addiction and to the communities around them.
The member for Richmond Centre Marpole.
Mr. Speaker, the costly experiment on human lives being initiated by the Liberal government by providing safe drugs, safe supply, has been a failure. And it's such a huge contrast if we compare Richmond to our neighboring cities. In Richmond, as I mentioned earlier, we have only 1% of overdose deaths in the last year. And this is because, we take a very proactive approach to prevent drugs from coming into the community, to offer people with counseling, and we also help with the education of the younger population to know the harm that will be caused to them if they take drugs. So I think, again, it's the wrong approach being adopted by the Liberal government in the past decade that has led us into the present state of despair.
Questions and comments? The honourable member. La Prairie Atatikin.
Mr. President, I really much appreciate the comments by my honourable colleague. I just want to say that although decriminalization might be put into question, we can see that even in the east of the country where it doesn't exist, we see the same trends. So the problem is a complex problem, and it cannot simply be limited to decriminalization. Over the last 10 years, this government has spent over $1 billion in emergency treatment, in mental health funds, and as well as in other initiatives. I would be looking with the member to work more in progress and try to see if we can do more.
Richmond Centre Marpole.
I acknowledge that this is a very complex question, and we have to work together and we have to find ways to address it. But I also want to point out that by repeating the same old approaches being used in the past is not going to bring a different result. As being said, doing the same thing again and again and expect a different result is foolish. So I would urge the Liberal government to change its failed policies and to change to a different approach, which would include prevention, enforcement, treatment, and education. So, yes, let's work together. This is a national crisis, and we have to work on it. But first of all, the government has to change its path.
Resuming debate, recused the debate, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to see you in that seat. As I said to you off camera, it's a long time coming, and it's great to see you there. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to send a huge thank you to the hardworking people of Caribou, Prince George for once again placing their trust in me to represent them for the fourth time.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker, my time is short today, so I rise not only to respond to the speech from the throne, but to address and confront a national tragedy that is shattering lives and communities. Canada's opioid crisis. Since 2016, over 51,000 Canadians have died from opioid overdose. These are not just numbers. They are our loved ones. They're stolen by a crisis fueled by the proliferation of fentanyl coupled with the horrendous policy by both federal and provincial governments. In British Columbia alone, overdose is now the leading cause of death for youth aged 10 to 18. I'll say that again. The leading cause of death for youth aged 10 to 18 in my province of British Columbia is overdose. This is unacceptable. Yet in the Liberal speech from the throne, there wasn't a single mention of this catastrophe. 2,500 words, not a single reference to the opioid crisis killing thousands and thousands of Canadians every year. On average, 17 Canadians lose their life every day due to overdose. And those are just the numbers we know, Mr. Speaker. But perhaps that's by design. After all, during his recent leadership race, our new Prime Minister stood before Canadians and said publicly that the overdose issue was a challenge, but not a crisis. As a matter of fact, he repeated it. He said, it's a challenge, but not a crisis. The opioid crisis has been exacerbated by the Liberal government's misguided drug policies and catch-and-release criminal justice reforms. These policies must be ended immediately. They have left our streets less safe, our communities more vulnerable, and they're not saving any lives. They're just perpetuating addiction with no end in sight. The opioid epidemic is a public safety disaster. British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario account for 83% of all opioid deaths, but no community is spared, large or small. The opioid crisis knows no social boundaries. In fact, just this week, my hometown of Williams Lake, the City Council passed a motion to explore declaring a state of emergency in response to the rising incidents of vandalism, open drug use, fires in front of businesses, theft, public indecency, defecation, and more. City Councillor Scott Nelson said the following regarding the crisis. Things have gotten so crazy, so bad, so out of control, our resources as a community are depleted in terms of what's taken place. In the last 2 days, we're having on average 10 to 20, possibly even 30 overdoses each day. That's astonishing, Mr. Speaker. This isn't Vancouver or Toronto. This is a small community of 10,000 people. And look what they're experiencing. What they've been forced to do after 10 years of failed Liberal policies. Addiction fuels crime, homelessness, and social disorder. Yet the Liberals have prioritized harm reduction at the expense of prevention and recovery. The Liberal government's failure to address the opioid crisis in their speech from the throne, despite very briefly mentioning border security and fentanyl trafficking in an attempt to appease President Trump, ignores the economic and human toll of the opioid crisis and sends a clear signal to Canadians struggling with addiction that their new federal government couldn't care less about them. Over the last 10 years, the Liberal government's failed drug policies have done nothing to curb deaths. British Columbia's 2023 decriminalization experiment, fully supported by the Liberal government, allows possession and public use of hard drugs like heroin, fentanyl, and cocaine. Despite being marketed as a solution, BC's overdose death rate is the highest in Canada. Public drug use has surged, straining communities and first responders. We hear reports of needles scattered around parks, playgrounds, and sidewalks. Kids playing soccer in the Lower Mainland have to dodge contaminated needles on the field. Safe consumption sites are allowed to operate right beside high schools, in doing so promoting open drug use to young and vulnerable Canadians and falsely marketing it as safe. So-called safe supply programs are an absolute, abject disaster. Diversion of these drugs into the black market fuels the illegal drug trade, as many experts have admitted, but which the Liberal government has tried to cover up for years and demean anyone for speaking their uncomfortable truths. In November 2024, retired Prince George RCMP Superintendent Sean Wright testified on the opioid crisis at our Parliamentary Health Committee. Mr. Wright, who has decades of experience in frontline policing, said the decriminalization experiment was the worst, most horrific failure of public policy in the history of BC. Mr. Speaker, this is a side of decriminalization experiment that the Liberal politicians in Ottawa bubble won't see, don't see, and do not want you to understand or see. Our communities are unsafe, and our constituents feel unwelcome in their own neighborhoods. This government must commit to not expanding the failed decriminalization experiment to anywhere else in Canada, and to halt all attempts to bring it forward legislation of deadly hard drugs, as some Liberals have suggested. Furthermore, the $1 billion spent by the Liberals, as mentioned earlier by one of our colleagues, has solved nothing. What do we have to show for it? More deaths, more families torn apart, more communities on the brink of extinction, and no hope in sight. I asked that member, take a look around your community. Does it look the same way as it did 10 years ago before the first Liberal reign in 2015? It doesn't. Treatment access remains severely limited, and supervised consumption sites simply do not address addiction's root causes. The throne speech's silence on the crisis missed a critical opportunity to prioritize treatment and recovery. It baffles me a little, Mr. Speaker, because we've had a plan to fight for recovery. In our Conservative platform, we highlighted how we would create 50,000 new beds for recovery to honour the 50,000 Canadians who have died from the crisis. The Liberals stole so many ideas from our plan, the GSC cut on housing, income tax cuts, etc. I strongly encourage them to steal this plan as well and get to work creating those 50,000 beds. There's another side to the drug crisis as well, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government's criminal justice reforms, most notably C5, have made things many times worse. By eliminating mandatory minimum penalties for certain drug-related offenses, Bill C5 is a catch-and-release policy that lets traffickers off with nothing but a slap on the wrist. In our communities, 98% of the crime that is committed by 5 or 6 prolific offenders in one of my communities and 30 in my largest community of Prince George. When they're in jail, the crime rate goes down. When they're out of jail, the crime rate goes up. As a matter of fact, one of my constituents, Bob Hubbard, returned home last fall. When he returned home, he found his house being looted by a group of drug addicts. He tried to stop them. In the process of stopping them, they ran him over with his own vehicle, and they left him for dead on the highway, on the road.
Wow.
Those perpetrators were caught the very same day, and within 24 hours after leaving Mr. Hubbard dead on the road, they were out committing more crimes in our community. That's the reality that we live in. Mr. Speaker, we also have businesses that have been broken into, their windows smashed, their doorways set on fire so many times that they can't get the necessary insurance to operate their businesses. So they choose not to report these incidents, or they close shop altogether, leaving our downtown cores a ghost town. That's the reality after 10 years of this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, if you will indulge me, I have to leave with this. Canada's opioid crisis, with over 50,000 lives lost since 2016, is a tragedy ignored by the government's speech from the throne. I'll repeat, In BC, drug overdoses are the leading cause of death for youth aged 10 to 18, a tragedy that hits home when I think of 13-year-old Brianna McDonald, who died alone from an overdose in a homeless encampment in Abbotsford late last August. Her story is a stark reminder of our failure to protect the most vulnerable. As leaders, we must do better. Be better. Mr. Prime Minister, this is not just a challenge, it's a crisis. It demands urgent action, not silence. Your policies have failed Canadians, and Canadians demand a system that supports recovery, and punishes traffickers and restores safety. Let's honor Brianna and the thousands lost to this city by fighting for a future where no more lives are lost.
Questions, comments, questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Madawaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, Canadians spoke clearly. They want us to build an economy that works for everyone. We have an ambitious plan to reduce the cost of living and to build a strong economy, the most competitive in the G7. The message sent to us is a call for true change, and we want to reply to this. Will my Conservative colleagues respect the choice of Canadians and contribute to our efforts to strengthen our economy, or do like they did during the last Parliament? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, how does our honourable colleague stand up? I just mentioned that we had over 51,000 lives lost since 2016 to opioid crisis. I spoke of the horrific crisis that our country is gripped in, and he recites speaking notes, Mr. Speaker. That's unacceptable.
Questions and comments. Honourable member for Côte-Nord, Kalawich, Kipishimash. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and congratulate him as well, if I'm not mistaken, for his fourth election to this House. Like me, over the years, he has seen, well, sometimes when you don't tread water, you take a step back. He mentioned some things in his speech, and for example, I talked about EI earlier. I'd like to know, what does he think about these broken promises from this government, particularly in terms of EI? Thank you.
For Caribou, Prince George.
Well, I appreciate our honourable colleagues' comments, Mr. Speaker. We see our colleagues on the Liberal branch say, well, it's a new government. It's a new day. Let's just forget about the last 10 years. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, Canadians, and they'll stand up and say, well, we've been elected a strong mandate. Yeah, well, the mandate was built on a lie, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and the new man, or the new Prime Minister was elected because he told Canadians he had a plan. What we've seen ever since his first day of being elected, he doesn't have a plan. There's no budget. He can't tell us what this strong roadmap to economic prosperity is. It's a wonder that his front bench is standing up there and using the silly talking points from the past.
Before we go to the next question, we'll just be judicious in our choice of words. Questions, comments. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Caribou, Prince George, for putting more light on this horrendous situation, which is only getting worse. Every member in this House sees it in the downtown and the communities that they come from. My question for the honourable member is, I haven't heard anyone on the other side actually defend any of these problems. When they do rise to speak, they speak about change. Do you take this as a tacit acknowledgement that indeed their drug decriminalization and safe supply experiment has failed? And beyond acknowledgement, do you think it's time for an apology? And beyond that, what changes should be made immediately?
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
That's a great question, Mr. Speaker. Can you afford me another 10 minutes to answer it? You know, Mr. Speaker, we had the new Liberal member from Victoria that stood up for my province of Victoria. Said the first time in however many years they elected a Liberal candidate. That's shameful. You know, whole areas. A story just came out in the Globe and Mail. Whole areas of Victoria have turned into absolute ghetto and war zones. We have First Nations communities. We have communities all across our nation that have been drug-addled, crime-riddled, and absolute war zones. We have people that are living like zombies, Mr. Speaker, and that is not compassion. We have perpetuated their addictions. I absolutely believe that this Prime Minister should stand up on behalf of the Liberal Party that he represents and that Liberal caucus and apologize to Canadians for their abject failure over the last 10 years and for...
Questions and comments. A brief question from the member for Nunavut.
And I thank and congratulate the member for his re-election. I always appreciate his speeches. The opioid crisis has unfortunately reached my riding of Nunavut as well, which is surprising because all my communities are fly-in communities. And I wonder if he agrees that as a way to address that in my riding is to have better screening facilities both at mailing ports and at airports as well.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I always appreciate our honourable colleagues' interventions. Mr. Speaker, in the Health Committee, we talked about better screening in areas such as airports, mail rooms, but also traceability for the safe supply that is going and being diverted. And at every step of the way, the Liberals denied that and said no to it, Mr. Speaker. It is a big issue, and it falls squarely at the foot of this Prime Minister.
Resuming debate. L'honorable député de l'Ordre.
The honourable member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
I'm with my colleague from Nunavut. Monsieur le Président, c'est avec une fierté que je prends la...
Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to rise today following the throne speech that was given by His Majesty Charles III. This speech marks the beginning of a new parliamentary session and sets out a future path that will be fairer, more sustainable, and more prosperous for all Canadians. Today, I would like to highlight some elements of the speech that will resonate particularly with the realities of people who live in Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. My mostly rural riding has a real mosaic of dynamic communities, small, tightly knit municipalities, as well as the more urban areas, La Chute, part of Gatineau, including Buckingham and Masson-Angers. And everyone has the same dream, to live well, affordably, with good services, offered in an accessible and sustainable fashion. In the throne speech, we heard that there is a renewed commitment to quality of life, security, and affordability. Constructing new housing is not a whim for us, it's an emergency. We have many new families. This has placed a great deal of pressure on residential housing. Young people who want to get started in life, seniors who want to stay in their community, new arrivals who are looking for a home. Everyone needs housing. We need to build quickly, but also intelligently. And we know that our government is going to take on a series of measures to double the rate of residential housing construction. While completely renewing the residential construction sector using new technology, Canadian skilled workers, and Canadian lumber, the government will propose measures to create affordable housing through the Building Homes Canada program. This is a mission-based organization which will speed up creating new affordable housing. It will invest in growing the prefab and modular housing sector and will offer significant funding to affordable housing builders. This also means that we will be supporting our municipalities. Too often, they don't have the infrastructure and human resources that they need. This was also mentioned in the throne speech, which said that the government will improve how the housing market works. The government will increase the number of housing units. That way, it will make prices go down. There was one thing that the throne speech said that struck me particularly, that the government is guided by its conviction, by the conviction that the economy can only be strong if it serves everyone. That's especially true for us in Argenteuil, La Petite Nation, especially in rural and remote communities. These communities are the beating heart of our country. These small communities nourish our cities and preserve our traditions, but they often operate behind the scenes and they face unique challenges and they are vulnerable. Like many Canadians, some people, both young and otherwise, are having trouble reaching their full potential in my riding. Our government understands that and has taken concrete measures to make life more affordable for middle-class Canadians, especially by reducing taxes for the middle class, which will help families save up to $840 or $840 on average per year by eliminating the GST for first-time buyers of a property under $1 million, which could save up to $50,000. Our government will sustain programs which are already enabling families to save thousands of dollars a year. For example, the Canada Dental Care Plan, which will soon be accessible to around 8 million Canadians. Throughout the election campaign, on the ground, one thing that we constantly heard was the importance of dental care. When we were canvassing, when we visited seniors, a lot of people, especially seniors, spoke about the dental care plan. This is not just one issue among many. It's a real matter of dignity, health, and social justice. I'm thinking, for example, of Giselle and Bruno in my writing. This week, this couple stopped me, smiling. It's an image that really struck me. They told me that they had started the process to receive dental care thanks to this new plan. So for the first time in years, they said, we'll be able to go see the dentist without wondering if we'll have to make cuts elsewhere in our budget, said Giselle. I spent only 2 minutes talking to them, but I heard a clear message. This program is changing lives. This plan exists for people like them, because people shouldn't have to hide their smile just because they don't have the money to pay for the dentist. So we have a strong desire to help people in this situation. We're listening closely to what people tell us day after day. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight the importance of the close work that's being carried out with solidarity throughout the country to create a single economy rather than 13, with labor mobility between the provinces. We want our economy to be consistent for years. I used to put on my welding apron and mask and turn on my welding torch. Yes, I was a welder, but I was also a teacher in an organization that was dedicated to teaching construction trades. And every day, I would pass on my knowledge of welding to young people and some who were not so young, who all wanted to build tomorrow's Canada together. Whether it be by building an apartment building or a steel wall, one at a time. But there was something that we could never manage to deal with, no matter how much passion we brought to the trade, and that was interprovincial barriers. Living near the edge of a province was difficult because on one side of the provincial barrier, students could find good work, and then just on the other side of that nearby border, they would find themselves facing a huge barrier. Even though they had the same skills, they couldn't be hired because each province has its own certifications and so on. It led to a Kafkaesque bureaucratic nightmare, and it meant that labor mobility was impossible and that labor needs elsewhere couldn't be met. It's a real paradox, which is particularly frustrating because our country needs us, skilled workers who are ready to weld, to build, to wire, to do all sorts of things. We know that we need to build. We know that we need housing starts, and yet construction sites are lying idle, not because we don't have the will and the skills, but because of this bureaucratic problem. We know that good quality tradesmen's work is the same everywhere, no matter what province it's in. It doesn't matter if it's in Quebec, Ontario, or Alberta. A skilled tradesperson will be able to do skilled work, and our system needs to recognize that truth. And there is a concrete solution to all this: prefab products, which is one of the methods that we'll use to move towards the future. In the steel workers world, we've understood that for a long time, that things can be built in a factory and installed later. So I think we could create prefab centers throughout the country, and they would be able to create housing and infrastructure modules that can be sent to wherever the needs are urgent. This will be a strong, unified Canada, unified by the skilled trades. Of course, the skilled trade sector is complex, but we can improve things. We can improve certifications. We can reduce interprovincial barriers. That's what we need to create a more resilient Canada. Mr. Speaker, I am certain that the skilled trades will play an important role here because ultimately A welder and a steel worker isn't just making steel products. They're building bridges between provinces, between generations, between needs and know-how. Argenteuil, la Petite Nation is a Quebec riding, but the beautiful Outaouais River also marks the border with Ontario. And our communities are closely linked on both sides of the river. Our economies are linked. We must do something about the barriers to internal trade and labor mobility. Otherwise, it will slow down the economy. That's why I'm so happy that our government wants to reduce these barriers. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister wants to create a strong, united Canada that will work closely with the provinces, and that will finally lead to a proper free trade system within the country. And that will enable Canada to realize its full economic potential. And it will lead to new economic opportunities and enable us to thrive throughout the country. We need to listen to the voices of all of our colleagues and everyone who lives in my riding. We need to respect these voices. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Valley.
Fraser Heights.
Fraser Heights.
I would like to thank the member for Argenteuil, la Petite Nation, for his speech. He highlighted the Liberal government's latest housing crisis solution being building more prefab homes. Well, in Metro Vancouver, where my riding is, we build 20 and 30-story high-rise towers close to metro, to transit stations. Besides, the hard part in urban development is land assembly, rezoning applications, putting in the civil services. How is prefab housing going to solve that problem?
L'honorable député de l'Argenteuil, le Petite Nation.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prefab modules are something I care about because I represent a rural riding, but I also know what the urban world is like, and that will be helped by a government that wants to cooperate fully with provincial governments, territorial governments, municipal governments, so that together we can work hard to further develop, to facilitate the process, the environmental process, and to reduce red tape generally, and together we can build more and better.
L'honorable député de Côte-Nord. Côte.
The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know the new riding name is tricky. I'd like to thank my colleague for Argenteuil la Petite Nation, and I'd like to congratulate him on his re-election. A little bit like my colleague, I have a question about housing. In the throne speech, it was said that the rate of housing construction would be doubled because currently we just don't have enough housing in Quebec. And of course, we even more know that housing for Indigenous communities is lacking. How much housing does this government plan to build every year, and when will this situation be fixed for Quebec and Canada? So can he talk to us about the one-year plan? The Honourable Member for Argenteuil Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the speech from the throne is, of course, a very broad speech. It offers our general guidelines, and a lot of the detailed work remains to be done. That is why we're here as members, to engage in detailed work. As an MP here, I will commit to creating more housing as quickly as possible in my riding and to supporting my colleagues elsewhere in Canada in order to facilitate new builds. What we're doing with the GST reduction on first-time home purchases and the fact that we're helping municipalities invest in infrastructure. I think it all starts with a partnership with municipalities in order to really be able to move into a stage where we can build more easily.
L'honorable député de Les Pays d'en Haut.
The Honourable Member for Les Pays d'en Haut. Well, this is the first time I'm riding in this House, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to thank the voters in Les Pays d'en Haut. I'm very flattered and happy to be honored to be able to represent them in this House. Now, my colleague mentioned the importance of supporting municipalities with infrastructure money. I was formerly in municipal politics. I was a civil engineer. I understand infrastructure issues. So I'd like my colleague for Argenteuil to elaborate a bit on how the government will help municipalities to get the money they need to actually carry out those infrastructure projects. The honourable member for Argenteuil-Habitation. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Indeed, we have in the past worked closely with engineers and with municipalities, all of whom know very well how the market is doing. And we often hear in Quebec that there are difficulties with infrastructure, and that makes it harder to build because ultimately you just can't build if you don't have the appropriate infrastructure like water, sewer infrastructure, and so on. So we have made the commitment to support developers up to 50% of the costs that builders and contractors take on to develop these structural housing projects, whether in rural or urban regions. We will be there to support developers who want to build, and we will help them with infrastructure costs. And the more we build, the more affordable housing will be.
Du débat, the honourable member for Nunavut.
Koyanami Okaktitiye and Koyanami to the member for Argenteuil-Petite for sharing his time with me. I hope that this is the first of many collaborations to come. Okaktitiye, first I thank Nunavut for electing me to represent and amplify their voices in this place. I thank my volunteers, contributors, and staff for energizing my campaign. I thank my family and a very special thank you to my husband, Alan, for supporting my work. I acknowledge we are on unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. The throne speech was quite similar to the last one I heard. Again, there were major gaps. We heard nothing on health care, on nonprofit and indigenous housing, on the TRC calls to actions, and MMIWG calls for justice. There was nothing on addressing the high cost of groceries and Nutrition North, and nothing on making the rich pay what they owe. First, on health care. Nunavut do not have proper access to basic health care. The non-insured health benefits program relies heavily on medical travel. All 25 hamlets in Nunavut are fly-in communities. When a constituent needs medical attention, they are flown to either Iqaluit, Ottawa, Winnipeg, Yellowknife, or Edmonton because of the lack of access to doctors. I represent the largest electoral district in the world. Nunavut is more than 2 million square kilometers. It is 8 times larger than the United Kingdom, and there is only one hospital. As a result, Nunavut must travel to southern locations for medical attention. Instead of building capacity for health care within Nunavut, this federal government has decided to subsidize the airlines who are making huge profits from medical travel. Elders are unable to age at home. As we age, we often require more medical attention. Too many times, elderly Nunavut are exiled to institutions in the south. They are taken from their familiar surroundings and diet and forced to live without culturally appropriate care. This is a horrible way to live out the last years of their lives, especially of these elders who have already experienced genocidal policies like residential schools, dog slaughters, and forced relocations. We must do more to support elders to remain in Nunavut communities, investing in each hamlet to build elders' kangmaks and to have access to transportation and medical care. The federal government is responsible for funding the non-insured health benefits program, but this Liberal government continues to fail to transfer the funds in a timely manner. The government of Nunavut is forced to use their own meager funds to ensure medical care continues. They cannot prioritize building schools, long-term care facilities, or more homes because they are subsidizing the federal government. The Nunavut Minister of Health is frustrated by the shortfall in federal funding and by the federal government's refusal to negotiate in good faith. Without a proper negotiated agreement, the territorial government cannot prioritize its own agenda. Chronic underfunding investments in Nunavut and Inuit are the reality before Nunavut was created in 1999 and remains as such today. The throne speech said transfers to territories will be maintained. This is completely unacceptable. Maintaining transfers to the territorial government means no increases, even when the cost of everything is on the rise. The cost of living are exacerbated by the lack of infrastructure for airports and marine ports. A recent example of how much longer how much longer it took for my validation. My validation was delayed by 2 weeks because flights were canceled or delayed. Often, flights are canceled due to weather rather than being delayed to a later part of the day when weather improves. The Cambridge Bay Airport runway is not paved. This causes mechanical challenges for airplanes and impacts the flight schedules. How can this government talk about Arctic security and defense when it won't even invest in paving airport runways? The lack of transportation infrastructure impacts the cost of living. Grocery prices are so high in Nunavut that my constituents regularly tell me they go hungry. For example, in Pangnirtuk, a package of 4 corn on the cob is $15. Not only are groceries super expensive, but the produce is often spoiled and rotten before it reaches the store shelves in Nunavut. I was in Grise Fjord in March of this year. The potatoes for sale had already begun to sprout, and the lettuce was brown. There are solutions to these problems. The Arctic Research Foundation built a greenhouse from a sea can in Johaven. They now have access to fresh lettuce, fresh produce. This one project has done so much for food security in Johaven. Similar projects in every community can help, from community freezers to food processing plants and greenhouses. The federal government must invest in similar projects led by Inuit if it is serious about Arctic security. Nunavut has the highest rate of child poverty in Canada at 42%, compared to the national rate of 18.1%. Nunavut has the highest rate of food insecurity of any province or territory. These statistics don't seem to matter to the federal government, as they canceled Inuit Child First Initiative's Hamlet Food Voucher Program. No reason was given. Over 15,000 Inuit children were served by this program. Finally, children were going to school having had breakfast. Without it, Inuit children and families are experiencing starvation every day. This is unacceptable. Liberals canceled the successful food voucher program but kept the failing Nutrition North program. Every Nunavut knows the Nutrition North program does not work. Instead of revamping it, the Liberals appointed an Inuk to review the program. While I have a lot of respect for Alukikutuk, I question whether this review was necessary, especially when it is so blatantly clear that Nutrition North is allowing companies like the Northwest Company to make record profits. The government is ignoring Nunavummiut. The government is ignoring Indigenous peoples. As the Member of Parliament for Nunavut, I will continue to raise the voices of Inuit and Nunavummiut in this place, to address the chronic underfunding of the territory, to protect Inuit children and families, and to build infrastructure and housing that is so desperately needed in Nunavut. At this time, I am moving a sub-amendment as follows, that the conservative amendment be amended by adding the following, in quotes, as well as Indigenous peoples, end quote. I did forget to mention I have a second. Motion is the member for Winnipeg Centre. Should I read the motion again?
Order. I do regret to inform the honourable member for Nunavut that the seconder does have to be in the chamber or present online, and since that is not the case, I would say that the amendment is out of order. Cannot be moved. Oh. I do have a point of order from Winnipeg North, and then I'll go to Nunavut.
No, actually, I was standing up for questions and answers, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order then from the member from Nunavut.
Could you check to see if the member for Alberni, I forget his writing name, is online?
I do not see the member for Courtney Alberni online. He is not online, so he would also not be in a position to second the amendment, sub-amendment. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I wouldn't want to give the false impression that the previous government ignored in any way the needs of Northern Canada and Indigenous people in general. And to demonstrate that, I would challenge the member opposite to indicate a government that contributed more in terms of financial resources to the North than the previous government did. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'm anticipating that we will have a very busy next few weeks, looking for cooperation, realizing that coming through the last election, priority issues, dealing with the construction of major national builds, if I can put it that way, where they've got cooperation coming from provinces and territories. We have other forms of legislation, such as the tax break to Canadians, 22 million Canadians, I believe is the number. Are these initiatives in which the member opposite will be supporting?
The honourable member for Nunavut.
To address the member's preamble, for decades, every Liberal and Conservative government has underinvested in Nunavut, in Indigenous peoples, which is why we have significant gaps in infrastructure in the billions. So to try and highlight that you've spent more than other governments is still not enough. Regarding projects that you've mentioned, I think that pushing through the Prime Minister's agenda for one project, one review, for example, will ignore UNREP. Indigenous rights must not be violated in this policy. Developments on Indigenous territories must adhere to constitutionally protected rights before projects begin. As such, if this happened, then we could see Indigenous peoples benefit.
Questions and comments? And I will just remind colleagues to address their comments through the chair. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owensound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I want to congratulate the member on her re-election. At the same time, she mentioned in her speech about the lack of infrastructure in the north, in Nunavut, for our military. But at the same time, I'd like her to share, in her opinion, about the economic benefits, not just to the military, but to the community in the north, when the federal government invests in that military infrastructure, the actual economic benefits to the whole community.
Member for Nunavut.
As much as I appreciate, and thank you to the member, as much as I appreciate that there are focuses towards national defense, I really do hope that that focus in Arctic security and Arctic sovereignty helps Nunavut to be engaged in it. At this point, if military is just flown in like a cookie-cutter approach, more social issues will rise. But if we lift barriers from so that Nunavut can be engaged in Arctic security and Arctic sovereignty, like investing in Canadian Rangers. I could see the benefits going both ways.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Gaspésie-les.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-les-Îles de la Madeleine-Listigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech, which was very thorough and covered the challenges that they are facing in Nunavut. In Quebec, in Nunavik, we also have significant challenges. These past few days, we've been discussing how we can ensure that we have the right sewage facilities and clean drinking water facilities. Can the colleague speak to this and how those sorts of challenges are handled in Nunavut?
And congratulations on the member for his first election, first term. We've had a quick conversation, and I think we'll be able to work really well together. I think one way to make sure that we can increase investments in the North is to help use NATO spending. If we're going to reach our 2% target, as a way to reach that 2% target is to say that Northerners need to be engaged in Arctic sovereignty and Arctic security. So investing in infrastructure in the North could mean reaching those targets. It could mean Northerners participating in the security of the Arctic.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Speaker. It's great to see you in the chair, and congratulations to you, and congratulations to all members of the House who have successfully won in their ridings after an election. It's an exhausting experience. To those who were elected for the first time, congratulations. To those who were re-elected, welcome back. It's an honor for anyone to serve in this place. In my case, a community of over 100,000 people, and to know that I'm here with the tremendous responsibility, the weight of being their voice in Canada's Parliament. The people of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, like all Canadians, they want government, they want Parliament, they want a country that works for them. And while we have differing views across the aisle and throughout the House on what exactly the best way for Canada to serve its citizens and the role that we can play in the world, I do believe that everyone shares in the belief that this is the greatest country in the world and that our best days are ahead of us. And I look forward to finding opportunities where we can work together to achieve the things that are so important for members in all of our communities. Affordability, homes that are within reach for young people, safety and security in the streets, shorter lines at food banks. When I've met with the good people at the food banks in my community, I always tell them that I admire their work so much and their passion. There are very few people who want to work in a field where they will be put out of a job. But the people who help the least amongst us, those who need a hand up, they are always committed to wanting to do that in a way and to see a community where their services aren't needed anymore. And I thank them, and I know that we all want to help the folks who are using those services, help the folks who can't afford a home, help grow the power of paychecks in Canada, and help unleash our potential on the world stage. Now, I wouldn't be here following my fourth election victory without support from the most important people in my life. That's my wife, Amanda, and my children, Luke, Emma, Michaela, James, and Nathan. And when I started this journey in 2018, James was a very new addition to the Barrett household, and Nathan, we couldn't have dreamed or prayed for him to join us, but by the second time I was returned here, Nathan was with us, and I appreciate their love and support so much. And it's been so long. We've been working long and hard over these last few years, and to the point now where this is the first election where my wife didn't have a baby on her hip and was able to come knocking on doors with me and to meet the people in our community and to hear, alongside me, what the issues are, what the challenges, what the dreams, and what the hopes are for the people in our community. And it's just like what our family wants. They want that hope. They know that you can't turn things around on a dime, but you have to have a plan. And that's what Canadians are expecting. Now, during the election, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, he was elected on a promise that he said he was the man with a plan and not the man with a slogan. He did offer slogans, and we got those, but we have yet to see his plan. We have a speech from the throne delivered by His Majesty. And it was a great day. I think it's so important to remind Canadians, for us to remember about the enduring connection between Parliament and the Crown and the strength of our democracy, the foundations of it, the history of our system. So it was great to have our Parliament opened. And I can tell you that I had the opportunity to meet His Majesty, and in an exchange, he expressed his hope that we would return to Centre Block, and that he hoped that it wasn't terribly delayed. And I said, in what would be, I'm sure, a break from protocol, I invited His Majesty to return to open Parliament when we return to Centre Block, and he was he likes that idea very much, and I hope to. I look very much to that day. But we're here in the People's House, and they do want to see that plan. The speech from the throne that was delivered by the King, it contained many of the elements of the platform that was offered by the Prime Minister during the election. But following that, we expected to see the framework. What does it look like? How are they going to pay for their promises? What specific measures are they going to take, and how will they pay for them to build homes that Canadians can afford? To reduce the burden on Canadians who are paying taxes? How are they going to pay for the increased supports that our Canadian Armed Forces need, the brave men and women who serve our country, the kit that they need, new troops, more troops that we need to take care of the ones that we have, and of course, how are we going to take care of those that have served? How are we going to take care of our veterans? What does that look like in a budget? New CBSA officers to protect our borders, to protect Canadians from threats on the other side of our borders. Frontline police officers, how are they going to fund those programs? What are they going to do to keep Canadians safe in their communities? By keeping repeat violent offenders off of the streets. So we need to see those details in a budget. Now, the Conservatives have put forward an amendment, and that amendment it's absolute common sense. And I quote, "We urge Your Majesty's advisors to include a firm commitment to present to Parliament an economic update or budget this spring before the House adjourns for the summer that incorporates measures aimed at unleashing Canada's economic potential, including full accountability of Canada's finances with respect for the areas of jurisdiction and the institutions of Quebec and the provinces." That's what Canadians are expecting. And that's not a new amendment that I have, but this is what Conservatives are expecting, because we want to work in collaboration to get these things done for Canadians. We want to cut taxes. We want to build homes. We want safer streets. We want to eliminate those lines at the food banks. We want Canadians to have the spending power when they're working 1 and 2 jobs. They're building our country up. We want them to have that spending power and to have the freedom that comes along with, that's the result of the hard work that they've put into building our country. And it's an awesome responsibility that we have, but we need to demonstrate, we as a parliament need to demonstrate that there's that plan. Our role as His Majesty's loyal opposition is to hold the government accountable. And what we want from the government is that plan, so that we can scrutinize it and give the best results possible to Canadians. I know it's why I take the time away from my family. It's why I want to serve my community. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, of course, he wasn't able to join for my swearing in this time because of his health. But my 96-and-a-half-year-old grandfather, Francis Barrett, he's a proud Canadian. He served with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and he loves this country. He's taught me so much about why it's important to deliver for future generations, just like his generation did for us. And I love this country. I'm so proud to be back representing the people of my community. I'm going to work incredibly hard for them, just like I know members will in this place. We're looking forward to seeing a plan from the government, calling on them to deliver that today. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to all Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La député de Madawaska-Restigouche.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague. My colleague says that Canada is the best country in the world, and I couldn't agree more. Canadians are able to rally behind a project or a goal, and our goal is to unify our economy. But there's something I'm struggling to understand. If my colleague, like me, agrees that Canada is the best country in the world, then why has his party leader been talking negatively about Canada for years? Why has his party leader been shouting from the rooftop that Canada is broken? How can my colleague say that Canada is the best country in the world, but stand behind his leader who always says that Canada is broken?
Well, thank you, Speaker. I welcome that member, congratulate him on his election victory. It's important that there's accountability. And what we saw over the last 10 years, and is evidenced by the leader of his party's change in direction, is a complete reversal or commitment to reverse on many of the very things that his colleagues and his party perpetrated on Canada over the last 10 years. And so what they broke needs to be fixed. And that there needs to be accountability for that. And the best way for him to contribute, and for all members to contribute, is to make sure that there's a sound plan. But $500 billion in spending, which has been chucked on the table this week looking for a rubber stamp from parliamentarians, that's not a plan. It risks the same kind of economic vandalism that we saw over the last 10 years. We needn't repeat it. Let's see a budget.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague on his re-election. As members of the House may be aware, in the previous Parliament he served as the Shadow Minister for Ethics, which with the previous government was, I believe, 3.5 full-time jobs. Mr. Speaker, he was kept so busy with the litany of scandals and ethical lapses from Justin Trudeau and many of his cabinet ministers, and now we have a supposedly new government and a Prime Minister who won't even disclose potential conflicts of interest. So I'm just wondering if the honourable member is willing to take on what could be a repeat of the last Parliament in terms of the volume of ethical breaches that he will have to hold the government accountable for.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rita Lakes.
I'd like to welcome my honourable colleague to this place. He obviously was a keen observer of what went on over the last 10 years. And look, it was not an encouraging time for Canadians. It had the serial ethical law-breaking that we saw with Justin Trudeau was an example that was set and unfortunately followed by other members of his cabinet. And hope springs eternal, and I'm very optimistic that we will see a change in tact from the new Prime Minister. And there is an opportunity. Now, there are unresolved issues, including the Prime Minister yet having declared to Canadians on a few important issues, including whether his investments were held in offshore tax havens, not paying his share of taxes for the important services that Canadians need. So there's still an opportunity for this Prime Minister to set a new tone. I remain very optimistic, but ready to do the hard work to hold them accountable either way.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Picking up on the idea of hope, I reflect, and Pierre Poilievre never did get the security clearance. And the security clearance is something that was actually brought up at the door, Mr. Speaker, as Canadians were concerned as to why it is the leader of the Conservative Party chose not to get the security clearance. It was a legitimate question before the election, during the election, and I believe it's a good question today. And I'm wondering if the member who is the quote-unquote ethics critic would maybe suggest to his leader that given that every other leader decided the merit of getting a security clearance, does he not believe that maybe his leader should get the security clearance?
The member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, in spite of some of that performance, I welcome my honourable colleague back to the House, and I know he knows it better than most. He spends an awful lot of time in the chamber, and he's here to serve his constituents as well. Look, it's important that the leader of the opposition is able to do his job, as past opposition leaders have said, that the framework that was set up by the Trudeau government was one that would have disadvantaged him in his ability to hold the government to account. And he has a constitutional obligation to do that. For our part, we're going to continue holding the government to account.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me say congratulations on your new role in the Speaker's chair. I know that's something that you have been wanting to do for quite some time, and I am very confident that you will do very well in your new role. As this is my first speech in the 45th Parliament, I would like to take a minute to thank the voters of Regina Wascana for electing me for a third time to represent their interests here in the House of Commons. You have my solemn promise that I will do my very best to fulfill this role each and every day. And of course, I would like to thank the many, many campaign volunteers who worked so tirelessly on the election campaign by knocking on doors, putting up lawn signs, and giving people rides to the polls on Election Day. And certainly, I would like to thank my family for supporting me throughout every step of this long journey, including all the way to Parliament Hill for my swearing-in ceremony last week. And speaking of long journeys, it was certainly a pleasure to welcome King Charles to Ottawa for the speech from the throne. Given that this is a new Parliament and Canadians have said that they want politicians to work together, I will start by highlighting some of the positive things in the throne speech. The income tax cut and the GST cut on new homes are initiatives that Conservatives have been calling for quite some time. The Liberals didn't go quite as far as we would have liked, but if Liberals want to steal Conservative ideas, we are certainly not going to complain. But for the most part, while the King's speech contained many positive words, it was certainly lacking in details in terms of how its goals will be achieved. This is concerning, especially since Parliament has not sat since Christmas, and it will not sit again until the fall. Nevertheless, there was one brief reference in the throne speech about making Canada, quote, the world's leading energy superpower. Given such a passing reference, I don't think that this government fully appreciates just how important the natural resource sector is to our future prosperity, especially for Saskatchewan. In any given year, between 10 and 15% of the provincial government's budget comes from natural resource royalties. That means that 10 to 15% of the budget of every hospital, school, and provincial social service comes from getting Saskatchewan resources to market. 10 to 15% of the salary of every doctor, nurse, teacher, and social worker depends on the natural resource sector. But if we cannot get Saskatchewan resources to market, if we cannot get oil, gas, potash, and uranium to their customers, then it becomes that much more difficult to build hospitals and schools and to hire more nurses and teachers. And as a result, government services and quality of life deteriorate. So this raises the obvious question. What is the best way for a landlocked province like Saskatchewan to get its resources to markets, both in Canada and around the world? Well, for oil and gas, the obvious answer is pipelines. We need to get pipelines built in order for the quality of life of Canadians to improve. So it is certainly concerning that the throne speech contained so little about developing our natural resource sector. There was the mention about creating a new major federal project office, which one would hope would approve and speed up pipeline projects. But unfortunately, in his first question period on Wednesday, the Prime Minister refused to answer whether new pipelines would be approved. He left it to his Minister of Energy and Natural Resources to clarify. Quote, "We will support new pipelines if there is consensus in Canada for them," unquote. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister cannot even come to a consensus within his own cabinet about getting pipelines built. So how is he going to come to a consensus all across the country? I would suggest that as long as the former Minister of the Environment, the orange jumpsuit-wearing CN Tower climbing member from Laurier Ste. Marie, is still sitting around the cabinet table, then new pipeline projects will never see the light of day in this country. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, when I was doing door-to-door canvassing in Regina, Wascana, just about every day, someone on the doorstep shared with me a story about long waiting lists to see a medical specialist, long nights in a hospital waiting room just to see a doctor, overcrowded classrooms, overworked and underpaid nurses and teachers. These are the direct result of a provincial budget stretched too thin because for the past 10 years, this Liberal government has refused to let us build pipelines in this country. But the benefits of the resource sector to the Saskatchewan economy are not limited to provincial government coffers. Let's not forget about the actual workers who work in the mines and on the oil rigs. There used to be plenty of jobs in this sector so that people could earn a decent living and raise a family. But unfortunately, the resource sector in southern Saskatchewan has shed thousands of jobs over the last 10 years because of the policies of this Liberal government to keep resources in the ground. And let's not forget one of Regina's largest employers, Evraz North America. They make, you guessed it, pipelines. The members of United Steelworkers 5890, the union that represents Evraz employees, used to have stable, predictable employment as long as pipelines were being built and as long as there were new pipeline projects on the horizon. But they too have suffered from hundreds of layoffs because of this Liberal government's opposition to pipelines. Mr. Speaker, many other people in Regina directly benefit from the development of the natural resource sector, including the numerous oil and gas service companies and, of course, the workers at Regina's co-op refinery. In order to get more pipelines built, the Liberals must repeal Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines law. This law, which was passed by the Liberals in 2019, has made it impossible for the private sector to build pipelines in this country. Once Bill C-69 is finally repealed, and we can once again build pipelines across Canadian soil, the next step is to ship Canadian oil and gas across the ocean to other countries. This means the Liberals must also repeal Bill C-48, the West Coast oil tanker ban. Take, for example, the Northern Gateway Pipeline project. This pipeline, which was applied for and approved under the previous Conservative government, would have piped Canadian oil and gas to the coast of northern BC and then on to customers in Asia. Unfortunately, this pipeline project was stopped dead in its tracks when the Liberals announced that they would not allow oil tankers to actually transport the oil from the end of the pipeline to customers in Asia and around the world. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government can no longer overlook the contributions that our natural resource sector can make to international trade and to international peace and security. Our allies should not be buying oil and gas from dictators in Russia or the Middle East. They should be buying from Canada. This is exactly what has been asked of Canada by the Japanese Prime Minister, the German Chancellor, the Greek Prime Minister, and many other countries as well. Mr. Speaker, the House is scheduled to rise for the summer break on June 20th. That means that due to the Liberals' decision to prorogue Parliament and then call an early election, when the House returns in the fall, we will have sat for only 20 days since Christmas. 20 days is apparently not enough time for the Liberals to table a budget, so I'm not going to get my hopes up too high that they will enact legislation to repeal Bill C-69 and Bill C-48, or to fix many other problems that they have created over the last 10 years. But if the Liberals do want to work together and steal even more conservative ideas, especially ones related to pipelines and the natural resource sector, we are happy to cooperate. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
It's being 2:30, I will tell the member that he will have 5 minutes of questions and comments coming to him when the House next takes up this matter. It being 2:30 p.m., this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.